function. I request you all to seated over here. Namaskar, Suprabhat, Swagatam. Respected Chief Patron and Patron, distinguished keynote speakers, esteemed members of the advisory committees, honorable principals, professors, researchers, delegates, students, and all the participants who joining us both online and offline. A very warm and gracious good morning to one and all. It gives me immense pleasure and a deep sense of the pride to welcome you all to the International Symposium on Towards Global Standards in Education, Reflections on India's NEP 2020, jointly organized by the Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat and the Higher Education Department, Government of Gujarat, under the initiatives of RUSA and PM USA, with the objective of the promotion of research and enhancement of facilities in higher education. On behalf of our institution, I, Dr. Milvivyas from Department of Botany, once again extend most cordial and respectful welcome to our distinguished invited speakers, international and national advisory committee members, academicians, researchers, industry experts, and promising young scholars who gathered here today to deliberate on one of the most transformative educational reforms in independent India, the National Education Policy 2020. I personally feel and having confidence that your presence and valuable contributions will greatly enrich the academic discourse of this symposium and provide us meaningful insights into aligning India's higher education system with global standards, innovations, research excellence, and interdisciplinary collaboration. As we all are knowing, Dahej, one of the India's largest and Gujarat's most significant industrial hubs, and also stand as a symbol of rapid development, technological advancement, and global connectivity, providing a setting in which our Dahej College actively contributes to academic growth, skill development, and interdisciplinary engagement, aligning with national education priorities. The vision of our college is also firmly rooted in the belief that higher education must prepare learners not only for employment, but for meaningful participation in an increasingly interconnected and knowledge-driven world. We want to envision an academic ecosystem that nurtures intellectual curiosity, ethical values, scientific temper, and a spirit of innovation while remaining responsive to social and global needs. In this context, the theme towards global standards in education, Reflections on India's NEP 2020 was carefully chosen, recognizing the need for higher education institutions to respond effectively to global academic expectations while remaining rooted in India's educational vision. As India moves forward with the implementation of the National Education Policy 2020, there is a growing need to reflect critically on its vision, challenges, and practical implications for institutions, educators, and learners. The importance of this theme lies in its focus on harmonizing national educational reforms with global expectations, emphasizing holistic and multidisciplinary learning, research orientation, innovation in pedagogy, and learner mobility and industrial academia collaboration. By engaging with NEP 2020 through a global perspective, the symposium provides an opportunity to everyone to explore strategies for strengthening academic excellence, fostering interdisciplinary collaboration, and preparing learners for international competitiveness and upholding ethical values, inclusivity, and social responsibility that are centered to India's educational philosophy. In essence, the National Education Policy 2020 serves as a guiding framework for building a future-ready, inclusive, and globally aligned education system that empowers learners and strengthens the nation's intellectual and human capital. With this shared vision and in the spirit of seeking wisdom and a guidance for meaningful deliberations, let us now begin the program with prayer. We all know that prayer holds a special place in academic and cultural traditions, as it reminds us that the pursuit of knowledge is not only an intellectual journey, but also a moral and spiritual one. At the beginning of an academic gathering, prayer invokes collective focus, positive energy, and creating a positive atmosphere for the program. I kindly request everyone to remain seated and join us silently in the prayer, and I invite our college FYBSc student, Ms. Sneha Patel, to come forward and let us take us in the prayer. Let us all rise and join her with the respect and devotion.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवे सदा वन्दिता सा मा पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा माद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदां जाड्यान्धकारयापहां हस्ते स्वतिकमलिकां विधयति पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरी भगवती बुद्धिप्रदां शारदा।
Thank you all for your respectful participation in the prayer. With our minds focused and hearts centered after the prayer, we gathered here in the spirit of learning, reflection, and collaboration. To mark the beginning of this event, we will now proceed with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. This lamp signifying hope, inspiration, and the start of a journey towards new ideas and meaningful discoveries. So I warmly welcome all the respected dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward and proceed for the ceremonial lamp lighting, symbolizing the illumination of knowledge and auspicious beginning of today's academic proceedings. Thank you all for lighting the lamp and open this event. Your presence and blessings have truly set a positive and inspiring tone for today's symposium. Thank you once again. We now take a moment to honor and express our gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries. To show our appreciation, we will now present a bouquet and mementos to them as a token of love, respect, and warm welcome. Now I am delighted to introduce the first keynote speaker for our today's session, Professor Dr. Jagdish Joshi sir, former officiating Vice Chancellor of Gujarat University, Professor and Director at UGC Malviya Mission Teacher Training Center, to kindly grace the stage, and I request Dr. Leena Dave ma'am, Principal of our college, to please come forward on the dais and kindly present the bouquet and memento to Professor Dr. Jagdish Joshi sir. Thank you very much, sir. It is a really great honor to welcome you as our keynote speaker. Your vast experience and expertise will surely enlighten and inspire us today. Next, may I request Dr. Jayesh Pujara sir, Chief Guest of this symposium and Principal of Government Arts College, Jagadia, to kindly accept the bouquet and memento. Your presence and guidance add immense value to this symposium. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Gaurav Upadhyay sir, coordinator of this symposium and head of the chemistry department, to kindly come forward and present the bouquet and memento to Dr. Jayesh Pujara sir. I now invite Dr. Anilabin Patel, Chief Guest and Principal of Government Arts and Science College, Dediapada, to kindly receive the bouquet. I would like to request Ms. Silpa Ranpura ma'am from Department of Physics to kindly come forward to present it to Dr. Anilabin Patel. Anila ma'am, your encouragement and experience are a source of inspiration for all of us. Thank you very much, both of you ma'am. Then may I request Dr. Neha Haryanvi ma'am, today's guest of honor and member of the Board of Management, VNSG University, to kindly accept the bouquet. For this, I would like to now invite our Assistant Professor from Department of Physics and NEP Coordinator, Dr. Neerav Pandya sir, to present this to Neha ma'am. Neha ma'am, your presence motivates and encourages all of us, and thanking you ma'am. We now proceed to formally welcome our respected principal ma'am, Dr. Leena Dave ma'am, with a floral bouquet. As we all are knowing that Dr. Dave ma'am has consistently guided and supported us in achieving academic excellence. Therefore, ma'am, your presence is invaluable for all of us. And may I request once again Ms. Silpa Ranpura ma'am, head of the physics department, to please come forward and present the bouquet to our principal ma'am. Thanking you ma'am. Finally, may I request Dr. Gaurav Upadhyay sir, coordinator of this international symposium and head of the chemistry department, to kindly accept this token of appreciation as a mark of recognition for his leadership in successfully organizing this prestigious event. I now once again request Dr. Neerav Pandya sir to present the bouquet to Dr. Gaurav Upadhyay sir. Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished guests for their gracious presence and blessings, which inspire and encourage us as we begin this symposium. Now, it is a great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you on behalf of the organizing committee as a gesture of respect and hospitality. We would like to honor each faculty member with a rose and a traditional khadi rumal. May I request Dr. Neerav sir and Silpa madam to kindly present the roses and khadi rumals to our esteemed guests. This is a small token that represents our gratitude for your presence and participation. It symbolizes the warmth, respect, and cultural spirit with which we welcome you to this symposium. We sincerely hope that your experience here will be enriching and that the discussions and interactions today foster collaboration, knowledge sharing, and meaningful engagement. once again a very warm welcome to each of you. I am not personally taking any of your name due to time constraint, but from the bottom of my heart, I am welcoming you on behalf of our college. Thank you very much, everyone and all. Now, before we proceed to the live addresses by our esteemed guest, we are honored to begin with the special video messages that we have received from VNSG University, Surat, from Government Arts College, Netrang. First, we have two video messages conveying blessings and good wishes from the Vice Chancellor of Veer Narbad South Gujarat University, Surat, which reflects his encouragement and support for this international symposium on NEP 2020.
ઓમ હું ડૉક્ટર કિશોરસિંહ એન ચાવડા કુલપતિ શ્રી વીર નર્મદા દક્ષિણ ગુજરાત યુનિવર્સિટી સુરત ગુજરાત ભારત આદરણીય સૌ મહેમાનો આદરણીય રાષ્ટ્રીય તથા આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય વક્તાશ્રીઓ આદરણીય પ્રાચાર્યશ્રીઓ આદરણીય પ્રાધ્યાપકો સંશોધકો અને પ્રિય વિદ્યાર્થીઓ આપ સૌને હાર્દિક અભિનંદન અને શુભેચ્છાઓ. ટુવર્ડ્સ ગ્લોબલ સ્ટાન્ડર્ડ્સ ઇન એજ્યુકેશન રિફ્લેક્શન ઓન ઇન્ડિયાઝ NEP 2020 વિષય પર આયોજિત આ આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય સિમ્પોઝિયમ સાથે જોડાવાનો મને આનંદ અને ગૌરવ અનુભૂતિ થાય છે. આ મહત્વપૂર્ણ શૈક્ષણિક પ્રયાસ બદલ આયોજકોને હું ખૂબ ખૂબ અભિનંદન પાઠવું છું. આજના સમયમાં શિક્ષણ માત્ર જ્ઞાન મેળવવાનું સાધન નથી, પરંતુ વિચારશીલ, જવાબદાર અને મૂલ્યનિષ્ઠ નાગરિકોની રચના કરવાનો સશક્ત માધ્યમ છે. રાષ્ટ્રીય શિક્ષણ નીતિ 2020 એવો જ પરિવર્તનશીલ દ્રષ્ટિકોણ રજૂ કરે છે, જેમાં બહુવિધ વિષયક અભ્યાસક્રમ, સંશોધન, નવીનતા, ડિજિટલ શિક્ષણ અને વૈશ્વિક સહકાર પર વિશેષ ભાર મૂકવામાં આવ્યો છે. NEP 2020 આપણને વૈશ્વિક સ્તરે સ્પર્ધાત્મક બનવા પ્રેરણા આપે છે. સાથે સાથે ભારતીય જ્ઞાન પરંપરા, નૈતિક મૂલ્યો અને સાંસ્કૃતિક વારસાને મજબૂત રીતે જાળવી રાખવાનું માર્ગદર્શન આપે છે. આ સંતુલન જ ભારતને વૈશ્વિક શિક્ષણમાં આગવી ઓળખ આપશે. આ સિમ્પોઝિયમ વિચારોના વિનિમય, સહકારની રચના અને નીતિને અમલમાં મૂકવા માટે એક મહત્વપૂર્ણ મંચ પૂરું પાડે છે. મને વિશ્વાસ છે કે અહીં થનારી ચર્ચાઓ શિક્ષણના ભવિષ્યને નવી દિશા આપશે. આ સિમ્પોઝિયમની સફળતા માટે હું સૌને શુભેચ્છાઓ પાઠવું છું. વંદે માતરમ, ભારત માતા की जय, जय जय ગરવી ગુજરાત. આભાર. જય હિન્દ.
A video message that we have listened from the Vice Chancellor of VNSG University. Following this first video message, we have another video message from Dr. Ganpat Parmar Sir, Principal of Government Arts College, Netrang, sharing his thoughts and best wishes for the success of today's event.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, learned speaker, esteemed delegates, faculty members and dear students. I, Dr. G.R. Parmar, Principal, Government Arts and Commerce College, Netrang, Bharuch, welcome one and all in this symposium. It is indeed matter of great honor and pleasure for me to be present as a chief guest at this international symposium on towards global standards in education, reflection on India's NEP 2020, organized by Government Commerce and Science College, Dahej. I sincerely congratulate the principal, organizing committee, and the entire academic team for conceptualizing such a timely and globally relevant academic event. The National Education Policy 2020 marks a historic shift in India's educational journey. It envisions an education system that it is inclusive, flexible, multidisciplinary and rooted in Indian values while being aligned with the global standards. NEP 2020 does not merely propose structural reforms but call for a transformation in mindset, placing the learners at the center, promoting critical thinking, creativity, research orientation, and ethical responsibility. In today's interconnected world, global standards in education are not about uniformity, but about quality, relevance, and adaptability. NEP 2020 strongly emphasizes internationalizations of education, collaboration with global institutions, integration of technology, and promotion of research and innovation while preserving India's rich intellectual and cultural heritage. Such symposium plays a crucial role in translating policy into practice. Academic dialogue, reflection, and collaboration among educators, researchers, and policymakers are essential for meaningful implementation of NEP 2020 at the grassroots level. I hope the deliberation today will generate actionable insights and inspire institutions to adopt innovative pedagogies and learner-centric approaches. I once again congratulate Government Commerce and Science College Dahej for taking these commendable initiatives and wish the symposium in a great success. May the discussion today contribute meaningfully toward the shaping the future ready, globally competent and value-based education system. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Having received these inspiring messages and having present bouquet as a token of respect and appreciation, we now invite our distinguished guests to kindly share their insights and address the gathering. We begin by inviting our first chief guest, Dr. Jais Pujara sir, Principal of Government Arts College, Jagadia, to kindly share a few words with us.
Distinguished invited speakers, Professor Dr. Jagdish Joshi sir, Professor Dr. Parin Somani madam, Dr. Neha Haryani madam, Dr. Anila Patel madam, Principal of this Higher Education Institute, Dr. Lina Dave madam, Symposium convener Dr. Gaurav Upadhyay and entire team of this college. Good morning to all of you. It is indeed privilege and honor for me to be present at Government Commerce and Science College Dahej on this meaningful occasion of the International Symposium on Towards Global Standards in Education, Reflections on the India's NEP 2020, jointly organized by Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat and the Education Department, Government of Gujarat. Under the visionary initiative of RUSA and PM USA, at the beginning, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Government Commerce and Science College Dahej for taking these important academic initiatives in a relatively short span of time, the institutions has shown a clear commitment to academic dialogues, research orientation, and policy engagement, which is essential for institutions operating in the current higher education ecosystem. The choice of theme for today's symposium is both timely and significant. India's National Education Policy 2020 is not just a reform document, it is a long-term civilization vision for education that seeks to representation India within the global knowledge economy while remaining rooted in the Indian intellectual ethical traditions. When we speak of global standard, it is important to recognize the NEP 2020 does not advocate intimation but integration of quality, flexibility, inclusivity, and innovation. The policy sets strong importance of multidisciplinary research excellence, international collaboration, academic mobility, and industry academic partnership. There are no longer optional objectives but necessary conditions for higher education institutions that wish to prepare learners for global citizenship and meaningful careers in a rapidly changing the world. In this background, the role of platforms such as this symposium becomes vital. Such gathering allow us to move beyond policy language and engage with the implementation, relativities, and the encourage across the discipline and institutions, helping us translate national vision into institutional action. My appreciation also goes to Dr. Lina Dave Madam and Dr. Gaurav Upadhyay sir. We are equally honored to have with us two eminent invited speakers. We are particular fortunate Professor Dr. Jagdish Joshi sir, former officiating Vice Chancellor of Gujarat University and Professor and Director, the UGC Malaviya Mission Teachers Training Center. His vast experience in higher education leadership and the teacher training will undoubtedly enrich our understanding of faculty development, institutional equality, and pedagogy transformation under the NEP 2020. To the faculty members and the students present here today, I would like to say this NEP 2020 places great trust in your potential. In conclusion, I congratulate Government Commerce and Science College Dahej for hosting this symposium and for important conversation on educational reforms. I am confident that deliberations of today's symposium will gather valuable insights and practical pathway towards the achieving global standards while preserving Indian educational ethos. I wish the symposium every success and look forward to fruitful discussion and permanent academic collaboration. Thank you one and all. Jai Hind, Jai Jai Garvi Gujarat.
Thank you very much, sir, for such insightful and inspiring words. We are truly grateful for your presence and guidance that you have shared with us today. Next, I request our second chief guest, Dr. Anilabin Patel, Principal of Government Arts and Science College, Dediapada, to address the audience and share her valuable perspectives.
नमस्कार। आदरणीय मंच और सम्माननीय ऐसे दोनों वक्ता श्री प्राचार्य पुजारा साहब, लीना मैडम, IQAC कोऑर्डिनेटर, आमंत्रित मेहमान श्रीओ, अध्यापक मित्रों, छात्र एवं छात्राएं, अन्य कॉलेज से पधारे हुए सभी को मेरा तहे दिल से नमस्कार। मैं आप सभी का अभिवादन करती हूँ, आप सभी का स्वागत करती हूँ। गवर्नमेंट कॉमर्स और साइंस कॉलेज की ओर से इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी में जो विषय पसंद किया गया है वो काबिले तारीफ़ हैं। नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के अंतर्गत जितने विषय महत्व के हैं सारे विषय को यहाँ पर एकत्रित कर दिया है, एक ही मंच पर लाकर रख दिया है। जो मित्र बाहर से आए हैं वो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी है, बहुत महत्व की चर्चाएं चलने वाली हैं। यहाँ तक कि मेरे कॉलेज से भी मैंने छात्रों को बुला लिया कि अन्य जगह जो मिलता है इनसे कहीं बेहतर मिलने वाला है, अन्य कॉलेज में होता है इनसे कुछ अलग सा है, तो यहाँ पर आकर वो कुछ प्राप्त करेंगे। विषय ही ऐसा है और मैं कॉलेज के पूरी टीम को बधाई देती हूँ कि जिस उद्देश्य को लेकर ये संगोष्ठी होने जा रही है वो संगोष्ठी अवश्य सफल रहेगी। मेरे डेडियापाड़ा कॉलेज की ओर से मैं आपको बधाई देती हूँ। मैं शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि हमें याद किया और यहाँ पर हम आए। फिर से एक बार आप सभी को बहुत बहुत मेरी शुभकामना। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Dr. Anila ma'am, for your motivating and thought-provoking address. Your presence and insights are deeply appreciated. We now invite our guest of honor, Dr. Neha Haryanvi ma'am, member of the Board of Management, Veer Narbat, South Gujarat University, to kindly deliver her address and share her insights with us.
Namaskar. Respected dignitaries on the dais, keynote speaker, Professor Jagdish Joshi ji, Dr. Parin Somani ji, Chief Guests Principal, Dr. Jayesh Pujara ji, and Dr. Anilaben Patel ji, Host College Principal, Dr. Leena Dave, and the symposium convener, Dr. Gaurav Upadhyay. Respected principals, fellow academicians, administrators, researchers, and students. Again, a very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here today at Government Commerce and Science College, Dahej. I sincerely thank the organizing team for inviting me to grace this international symposium as the guest of honor. I'm particularly happy to be present here in my capacity as a member of the Board of Management of the affiliating university, that is Veer Narmad, South Gujarat University, Surat. And it is always a matter of pride for us at the university level to see our affiliated colleges taking such meaningful academic initiatives. Let me begin by congratulating the young and dynamic principal, Dr. Leena ji, the organizing committee, and the entire faculty team for organizing this international symposium on the very relevant theme, that is towards global standards in education, reflection on India's NEP 2020. From the perspective of the Board of Management, it is extremely encouraging to see a government college creating such a strong academic platform for dialogue, reflection, and research engagement. For all of us gathered here today, this theme is not only theoretical, it is closely connected to what we do every day in our classrooms, laboratories, libraries, and mentoring spaces. Higher education today is going through rapid change. New technologies, new learning modes, and changing student expectations are reshaping our teacher learning processes. At the same time, institutions are expected to ensure that education remains inclusive, ethical, and socially relevant. In this context, the National Education Policy 2020 gives us a very valuable opportunity to reflect on our academic practices. NEP 2020 encourages us to move away from rigid and compartmentalized learning towards a more holistic and multidisciplinary approach. It promotes flexibility for students, stronger research culture, and learning environments where curiosity and critical thinking are genuinely encouraged. For us as faculty members, this is both exciting and challenging. Exciting because it opens many new academic possibilities, and challenging because it also asks us to rethink some of our long-established methods of teaching, assessment, and curriculum design. In many ways, NEP 2020 helps our institutions move closer to global standards while still remaining rooted in our own intellectual and cultural traditions. I believe this balance is extremely important. If I may share a small personal experience over the years, while interacting with students and young faculty members across institutions, I often hear one very common question, and that is, are we really globally relevant? My response is always simple. I strongly believe that global relevance begins with local confidence. When teachers feel encouraged to innovate in their classrooms, when students are supported to ask questions and explore ideas freely, and when institutions value curiosity as much as conformity, global standards follow naturally. We do not become globally relevant by copying other systems. We become globally relevant by strengthening our own academic practices. NEP 2020 gives us a strong framework to build this confidence on our campuses. For example, interdisciplinary learning is not merely a structural reform. It is a mindset shift. It encourages us as teachers to collaborate across departments and design learning experiences that reflect real-world complexity. Similarly, flexibility in curriculum is not only about multiple entry and exits. It's all about trusting students with meaningful academic choices and guiding them responsibly through those choices. At this point, I'm reminded of a beautiful thought by Rabindranath Tagore ji. I quote, "The highest education is that which does not merely give us information, but makes our life in harmony with all existence." This thought reflects the true spirit of NEP 2020. Education is not only about producing skilled graduates. It is about nurturing reflective, sensitive, and socially responsible human beings. Very often we speak about policies, structures, and frameworks, but we must always remember that policies alone do not bring change. People do. Teachers, principals, researchers, and academic leaders are the real drivers of this transformation. When faculty members bring innovation into pedagogy, integrate research with teaching, and mentor students with empathy and purpose, institutions naturally move closer to excellence. I would also like to briefly highlight the importance of developing a research culture at the college level. Research is not only about large grants or major projects. Even small studies, community-based research, and student-faculty collaborative work can greatly enrich classroom teaching and student learning. Equally important is strengthening industry and community engagement. Our students must experience how knowledge is applied in real context. This improved both employability and academic relevance. At this point, I would like to specially appreciate the leadership and faculty of Government Commerce and Science College, Dahej. As a representative of the Board of Management of the affiliating university, I sincerely commend the institution for organizing an academic event that directly supports the vision of NEP 2020 and contributes to quality enhancement within our university system. Such initiatives reassure us at the university level that our affiliated colleges are actively participating in institutional innovation and academic growth. To the faculty members present here today, your role in this transformation is truly central. Every innovative classroom practice, every interdisciplinary dialogue, and every research mentoring effort contributes quietly but powerfully to the success of the national vision. To the students present here, I would like to say just one thing. Your future will demand much more than subject knowledge. It will require adaptability, ethical judgment, collaboration, and emotional maturity. NEP 2020 gives you the freedom to explore and design your own learning journeys. Please use this freedom wisely and responsibly. Before I conclude, one brief reflection. Real educational change does not happen through circulars alone. It happens gradually, through inspired teachers, committed administrators, thoughtful researchers, and curious students. NEP 2020 gives us a clear direction. It is now our shared responsibility at both university and college levels to give it life in our daily academic practices. As Gujarat continues to grow as a progressive educational hub, I sincerely hope that Government Commerce and Science College, Dahej, will continue to strengthen the academic mission of our university by translating the spirit of NEP 2020 into meaningful everyday practice, setting strong benchmark for our state and our nation. I wish the symposium a very fruitful deliberations and every success. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your encouraging and enlightening words. Your presence and guidance today are deeply appreciated by all of us. Finally, we move ahead with the maiden speech of today's program. It is my source of pride to invite our principal, ma'am, Dr. Leena Dave, ma'am, whose constant guidance and leadership have been a source of inspiration for all of us. Under her visionary leadership, the institution continues to progress in academics, research, and community engagement.
નમસ્તે, હું લીના દવે ગવર્મેન્ટ કોમર્સ અને સાયન્સ કોલેજ દહેજ તરફથી અત્રે ઉપસ્થિત ચીફ ગેસ્ટ ડૉક્ટર જયેશજી પૂજારા સર, બીજા ચીફ ગેસ્ટ ડૉક્ટર અનિલા મેડમ, આપણા આજના સ્પીકર્સ ડૉક્ટર જગદીશ જોશી સર જે ઓનલાઈન જોડાવાના છે, બીજા સ્પીકર ડૉક્ટર પરિન સોમાની મેડમ, આજના ગેસ્ટ ઓફ એન્ડ ઓનર નેહા હરિયાણવી મેડમ, અહીંયા ઉપસ્થિત તમામ પ્રોફેસર્સ, રિસર્ચ સ્કોલર્સ, બધાનું અહીં હાર્દિક સ્વાગત કરું છું. આપણી જે એજ્યુકેશન સિસ્ટમ છે એની જર્ની જોઈએ તો ગુરુકુલ ટુ ગ્લોબલ તરફની છે. ગુરુકુલની જે સિસ્ટમ હતી એ આપણને વેલ્યુ કરાવતી હતી, કેરેક્ટર અને ઘણા બધા એવા પરિબળો કે જે આપણા ઓવરઓલ ડેવલપમેન્ટમાં મદદ કરતા હતા. જ્યારે અત્યારે આપણે એવા પાર્ટ ઉપર છીએ કે જ્યાં આપણે કોલાબરેશન કરી રહ્યા છીએ ગ્લોબલ નોલેજ સોસાયટીને. તો એ આપણને એ આખી જે જીકેએસ છે એ ડ્રીવન બાય છે રિસર્ચ, ઇનોવેશન એન્ડ યુઝ ઓફ ટેકનોલોજી, રાઈટ. તો આપણને બધાને ક્યાંક ને ક્યાંક ચેલેન્જીસ એવી લાગતી હશે કે આ જે શિફ્ટ થયું ગુરુકુલ ટુ ગ્લોબલ, એ શિફ્ટિંગમાં આપણને ક્યાંક ને ક્યાંક કનેક્ટ થવામાં પ્રોબ્લેમ થાય છે. એ કનેક્ટ થવામાં પ્રોબ્લેમ જે છે એ NEP 2020 એ બ્રિજ કરે છે આપણને આના માટે. NEP 2020 છે એ આપણા જે ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનલ વેલ્યુઝ છે જે એને હેલ્પ કરે છે, એ એન્કરેજ કરે છે મલ્ટીડિસિપ્લિનરી લર્નિંગ, ટેકનોલોજી, રિસર્ચ, ઇનોવેશન. પણ આની સાથે સાથે આપણી જે NEP 2020 છે એ આપણા જે પ્રમોટ કરે છે ગ્લોબલ પાર્ટનરશિપ અને ઇન્ટરનેશનલ કોલાબોરેશનને. આજે જે આપણે સિમ્પોઝિયમમાં ભેગા થયા છીએ તો આપણે ઘણા બધા આઈડિયાઝ શેર કરીશું, આપણે ઘણું બધું લર્ન કરીશું ને એ રીતે આપણે એજ્યુકેશનને ક્યાંક આગળ લઈ જવામાં મદદરૂપ કરીશું. એક સંસ્કૃત સૂક્ત છે, શ્લોક છે, આનો ભદ્રાહા ક્રત્વો યંતિ વિશ્વતઃ. મતલબ આપણને બધી દિશાઓમાંથી, બધી જગ્યાએથી યોગ્ય જ્ઞાન પ્રાપ્ત થાય, યોગ્ય વિચારો પ્રાપ્ત થાય. તો એના માટે આપણા દિલીપ રાણા સર, IAS કમિશનર ઓફ ગાંધીનગર, ડૉક્ટર યોગેશ યાદવ, જોઈન્ટ CEO એક્સટેન્શન, એમને આ તક આપી એના માટે આપણે એમનો પણ આભાર માનીએ છીએ. આપણા માનનીય VC સર જેમને સમય મર્યાદાને ધ્યાને રાખી અને આપણને ઓનલાઈન બ્લેસિંગ્સ પાઠવ્યા. આપણી સાથે આજે ચીફ ગેસ્ટ તરીકે નેત્રંગ કોલેજના ગણપત પરમાર સર છે, જે હાજર નથી રહી શક્યા, પરંતુ એમને પણ એમના આશીર્વાદ આપણને વિડીયો થ્રુ પાઠવ્યા છે. તો હું તમામનો અહીંયા આભાર માનું છું અને આપનું અભિવાદન કરું છું આ સિમ્પોઝિયમમાં, અને હું ઓફિશિયલી આ સિમ્પોઝિયમને ઓપન ડિક્લેર્ડ કરું છું. જય હિન્દ, જય જય ગરવી ગુજરાત. આભાર.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your sharing thoughts and reflections. We are grateful for your guidance to make this symposium a success. Once again, thank you very much to each and everyone who present here on both online and offline mode. I am very pleased to formally declare the opening of this international symposium once again, and now we proceed to the keynote address of the first session of this symposium. I would like to invite Ms. Silpa Ranpura ma'am, HOD of Physics Department and UDISA Coordinator, to kindly take this stage and introduce Professor Dr. Jagdish Joshi sir, our first distinguished keynote speaker.
A very good morning to one and all present here. The first academic session of today's International Symposium is very important as it sets the basic direction of our discussion on India's NEP 2020 and global standards in education. We are truly privileged that this session is being delivered by a distinguished academician and an eminent leader in higher education. Without taking much of your time, I now have the honor of introducing our first esteemed speaker of session 1, Professor Dr. Jagdish Joshi, former officiating Vice Chancellor of Gujarat University and eminent academician and respected leader in higher education, who has made significant contributions to teaching, research, faculty development and academic administration at both national and international levels. Professor Joshi is a professor and director at the UGC Malviya Mission Teacher Training Program. He is associated with the GEMS Rene Canadian Center, Online Teaching, Learning and Communication Cell, and serves as the Director of the Center for Distance and Online Education, Office for International Affairs, and Head of the Department for Linguistics at Gujarat University, Ahmedabad. He is the chairperson of Search Committee for the appointment of Lokpal of the Government of Madhya Pradesh, nominated by the Honorable Governor of Madhya Pradesh, and is presently the President of the Indian Association for Canadian Studies. Professor Joshi is the coordinator of annual refresher program in English language and teaching, conducted through the National Testing Agency under the Ministry of Education, Government of India. He is closely associated with the various national and international professional bodies and is actively engaged in teaching, training, research, e-content development, translation, editing, compilation, consultancy, and social activities. Since 2005, he has been imparting professional training to college and university teachers, administrative officers, research scholars, principals, and academic administrators across the country. In recognition of his contribution to education, he was facilitated with the National Award for Education by the United Nations Organization in 2006. Professor Joshi has undertaken academic visits to about 24 countries. He is a member of International Council of Canadian Studies, Canada, and the Executive Council of Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, New Delhi, and has served on the Executive Council, Board of Management, and Academic Council of several universities. He is also a chairman and member of Board of Studies in areas of English, linguistics, international studies, diaspora studies, and migration studies. Professor Joshi has published 2 patents, authored and edited around 18 books, and published 121 research papers. Under his guidance, 27 PhD scholars have successfully completed their doctoral degrees, and he has designed nearly 667 academic courses. He regularly contributes to television, radio, satellite program, e-journals, academic websites, and scholarly journals. He has visited several institutions as the chairperson of NEP peer teams. His Arpit 2019 Swayam program alone attracted around 9,000 participants nationwide. He has also participated in the LEAP program, jointly organized by Harvard University, USA, and NIEPA, New Delhi. With more than 29 years of experience in higher education, including 14 years as a full university professor, Professor Dr. Jagdish Joshi continues to be an eminent academician, administrator, researcher, and a mentor. We are truly honored to have Professor Dr. Jagdish Joshi with us today. Sir, may I request you to kindly take over the session? The session is yours, the stage is yours, sir. Thank you.
Respected Dr. Anila Patel, Principal and Chief Guest, very experienced academician, Dr. Jayesh Pujara ji, Principal, Chief Guest, and a very vibrant personality and dear friend, Dr. Neha Haryani ji, Guest of Honor, Member, Board of Management, Representative of Veer South Gujarat University, and an established international expert, Dr. Leena Dave, very dynamic and result-oriented principal. I know her since maybe her doctoral research days. I'm very happy to see her as a principal, academic administrator who contributed to the college and higher education in meaningful ways. The way she successfully guides the college and staff and students is really remarkable. Very few government colleges have seen such a huge and magnificent building and infrastructure. She has attracted CSR, government funds, and support for betterment of higher education. I really congratulate her. Dr. Gaurav Upadhyay, the coordinator of the symposium, all the team members of the college, respected dignitaries who are invited here, learned colleagues, there are few friends, Dr. Ravia and sir and other people, dear students and friends in the cause of higher education. Good afternoon to all. I congratulate the team of the college for organizing such an international event. Thanks to KCG, RUSA, and Government of Gujarat for such a generous funding. It is really a privilege to stand here in Dahej, in this Government Commerce and Science College that was established in less than a decade ago and has already emerged as a key academic anchor in this highly industrialized belt of Gujarat. When you step out of this campus, you see ports, pipelines, refineries, warehouses, and the landscape humming with global capital and technology. When you step inside, you see classrooms, laboratories, Namo Wi-Fi, network, young minds dreaming of their future. This is the perfect location to ask a profound question. How can Indian higher education rise to global standards while serving the local aspirations of students from places like Dahej, Bharuch, and maybe around or beyond? Our symposium's title is not accidental. Towards global standards in education, reflecting on India's NEP 2020. It tells us three things at once. First, the word towards. This word towards acknowledges that this is a journey, not a state or a destination which has been fully achieved. Second, global standards. It reminds us that we are part of interconnected world where knowledge, skills and people move across borders with unprecedented speed. Third, the phrase reflection on India's NEP 2020 situates this journey firmly within our national policy framework, a policy that seeks to align Indian higher education with international benchmarks without losing our cultural and civilizational distinctiveness. India is very famous for its cultural and civilizational distinctiveness. There are very few living civilizations in the world like India can be seen on this earth. Let me begin with a short story from a district college, not very different from this one. It resembles to this college somewhere. A first generation learner from a small village enrolled in BSc chemistry. His father worked as a contract worker in a nearby industrial unit. His mother was a part of a women's self-help group. Over 3 years, the young man studied hard, used the college Wi-Fi to complete NPTEL and SWAYAM courses, participated in online internships during the pandemic years, and finally secured a junior position in multinational laboratory, where and when an alumnus survey, so there was a survey as NAC team visited here, you have to survey your alumni. So when there was a survey of the alumni, he was asked what made the difference. And the reply he gave is, sir, my college taught me to think that I can work anywhere in the world if my fundamentals are strong and my ethics are clear. There are two things which are very important: fundamentals and ethics. That is in nutshell what global standards mean to us. Not just ranking and jargon, not QS, not NEC, not NIRF, not just the jargons. They are important, but it's the confidence of a student from a small village to stand shoulder to shoulder with peers anywhere in the world. This is what is expected from all of you, dear students. And that is what I'm proud that this staff here under the leadership of principal is doing it. We were discussing before the program started that how there is almost 100% placement, and how in the beginning there were around 70-80% boys here, how they were to be attracted. They were not even very clear about the higher education, because they are first generation learners, and how it got converted into 70-80% of the girls, and almost they are getting placements. So I really congratulate the college for that also. We are living through a transformation that some have called the fourth industrial revolution. The artificial intelligence, biotechnology, advanced material, quantum computing, and pervasive connectivity are reshaping the world and the work of our life. Internationally, universities are under pressure to produce graduates who are not only employable but adaptable. Adaptability is very important now. Ethically grounded and capable of lifelong learning. Whatever you learn today, maybe you have to learn a lot tomorrow. Maybe you have to be adaptable and you have to be ready for learning, for making yourself relevant. Frameworks like the European Qualifications Framework, the Bologna process, and various international accreditations and regimes have all emerged to ensure that a student's learning in one country is visible and credible in another country. This is also something which is going on the exercises. India is not a bystander to these global shifts. With more than 1/6 of world's population, a median age of around 28 years, and a rapidly expanding gross enrollment ratio in higher education, India is poised to be one of the world's largest suppliers of knowledge workers. NEP 2020 explicitly sets a target of increasing GER in higher education from present somewhere around 29% to 50% by 2035, which means tens of millions of additional students will enter our colleges and universities in coming decade. The question is, will they receive an education that prepare them only for local examinations or for global engagements? At the same time, the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, remind us that education is not only about individual mobility. It is about social justice, gender equity, environmental sustainability, and inclusive growth. So inclusive growth is also very important. SDG 4 speaks of inclusive and equitable quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for all. Global standards, therefore, are not only about technical excellence, they are also about equity, access, and the capacity to solve complex societal challenges such as climate change, public health issues, and ethical governance. In this context, NEP 2020 is not just another policy replacing the older one, but it is a historical pivot in India's academic trajectory. It moves us away from a fragmented, rigid, exam-driven, rote learning-driven system towards a holistic, multidisciplinary, flexible, and outcome-oriented architecture of education. It calls for multiple entry and exit, academic bank of credits, four-year undergraduate programs, integrated and flexible postgraduate structures, certificate programs, diploma programs, degrees, and honors programs, and a strong emphasis on research, innovation, and on top of it, Indian knowledge system. One of the most striking elements of NEP 2020 is its insistence that India must become global destination for education while also meeting domestic needs. It envisages internationalism of Indian campuses, greater mobility of foreign students into India, and Indian universities establishing campuses abroad. It also calls for leveraging online and open distance learning, blended modes, and digital platforms so that learning is not constrained by geography. For a place like Dahej, this is particularly relevant. The symposium itself is in hybrid mode, which means that participating in a global conversation from an industrial coastal town is no longer a dream, it is a daily reality. See, we are connecting an expert from UK and you are going to listen to her at 2 o'clock. And we have connected many peoples here. And there are many who are online. Even the Vice Chancellor of South Gujarat University and the Principal of Nektrang College, they also delivered and connected with us using blended learning. NEP 2020 also takes a firm stand on the need for quality assurance and accreditation. Bodies like NEP and state frameworks such as Gujarat State Institutional Ranking Framework GSIRF are being reoriented to focus on outcomes, governance, research, and student support rather than mere infrastructure. The host college here has already achieved NAC B grade with CGPA 2.43 and CSIRF 3-star rating, a commendable achievement for an institution established in just before 10 years, 2016. This is an example of how young college in an industrial belt can very quickly align itself with quality benchmarks and set a trajectory towards global standards. At this point, it is necessary to clarify a misunderstanding when we speak of global standards. Some fear that we are inviting Westminster or dilution of Indian identity. But true global standards are not about rigor, transparency. The true global standards are not about just following foreign standards. They are about rigor, transparency, relevance, and compatibility. Not about copying another culture, but creating and establishing our own. As Mahatma Gandhi said, I do not want my house to be walled in all those sides and my windows to be shut. I want the cultures of all lands to be blown about my house as freely as possible, but I refuse to be blown off my feet by any one of them. So we need to be local, at the same time we can be global. And that is why the word global has been given by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. This is precisely the spirit of NEP 2020. We open our windows to global best practices, but we stand firmly on Indian soil. Global standards ask us questions like, are our learning outcomes clearly defined? Are they measurable? And are they meaningful? Are our assessment methods aligned to those outcomes? Or are they relics of rote learning and rote just distribution? Are our graduates equipped with 21st century skills? Critical thinking, communication, creativity, collaboration, and digital literacy. Are our curricula up to date with global scientific and technological advances while being rooted in Indian realities? If we can answer yes, and yet if that answer is honestly yes, we are already on the path to global standards. Regardless of whether our campus is in a metro city or an industrial taluka like this, let me share two contrasting portraits based on real patterns that many of us have seen. Institution A, let me talk about. Institution A is located in a metropolitan city. It has a long history, large buildings, and famous alumni network. But its curriculum has not significantly changed in decades. The syllabus emphasizes descriptive questions, outdated case studies, minimal field exposure, and limited use of digital tools. The college has not seriously engaged with NEP 2020. The ABC is still treated as bureaucratic formality, and multidisciplinarity options are rare. Students are busy, faculty are overworked, but the system runs largely on we can say, a formality. Let us talk about Institution B. It is a young college in a semi-urban or industrial belt, something like this Government Commerce and Science College, Dahej. It starts by asking, what are our students? Realities and aspirations. The institution revises the curriculum or adds many things like short-term courses or certificate courses or some other things related to local industry, and they may arrange industry visits, and they in real sense have industry and academia linkages, guest lectures by practitioners from SAIS and PCPIR units, and project-based learning linkages to real problems such as environmental compliances, logistic challenges, and community health. It actively adopts NEP 2020 features, credit mobility, value-added courses, cross-disciplinary electives, and online components. It uses its NAC and GSIRF feedback to systematically improve the governance. IQAC processes the student support in different ways. Which of two institutions, A or B, is closer to global standards? You know the answer. I don't think I have to give you the answer. The answer is not determined by the location or the age or the legacy. It is determined by mindset and intent. NEP 2020 is an invitation for every institution, government or granting aid, government or private, old or new, urban or rural, to choose the path of institution B. To understand why global standards cannot remain a slogan, we must confront certain realities. Various international learning assessments have shown that Indian schools and higher education learners often lag in higher order skills like critical thinking and application, even when they perform reasonably in factual recalls. Employers repeatedly report that employability gaps in fresh graduates, not only in technical skills but in communication and problem solving and teamwork and ethical decision making, there are gaps between what are expected and what are visible. At the same time, hidden professionals are among the most sought, or we can say the professional skills which are there in Indians, like global IT skills, healthcare skills, and management sector skills. They are very much there in Indian students, and they are welcome for the skills. And this is a paradox that suggests our talent is immense, but our systems are uneven. So at some places they are very, very fruitful. At some places they have some issues and they are to be corrected. Swami Vivekananda's word come to my mind. We want that education by which character is formed, strength of mind is increased, and the intellect is expanded, and by which one can stand on one's own feet. That is very important. Global standards in the best sense are about producing graduates who can stand on their own feet anywhere in the world, economically, intellectually, and ethically. This is very important for all of us as academic institutions. Let us return to Dahej for a moment. This region is not only a special economic zone and the petroleum, chemical, and petrochemicals investment region, PCPIR, it is a laboratory of globalization on Gujarati soil. Ships from different countries, multinational plants, complex supply chains, and diverse workforce create a living case study of global industry. At the same time, nearby villages, salt farms, temples such as Narmada Mata and Brigarishi temple, and local communities remind us of our deep cultural roots. Imagine that a globally relevant curriculum could look like here, a chemistry student studying not only reaction mechanisms but also environmental monitoring and industrial safety standards used by global companies in Dahej. A commerce student analyzing export-import documentation, port logistics, and global value chains using real data from nearby areas and the ports, and the cluster of the ports. A botany or zoology student exploring the economical impact and ecological impact, ecological impact of industrialization on Gulf of Khambat, linking it to SDG 13, climate action, and SDG 14, like and life below water, what happens and how they convert and get converted. This can be real globalization. In such a model, the path towards global standards does not require travel to foreign universities. It requires looking deeply at our own surroundings with scientific rigor and ethical curiosity. The title of this session includes the word reflections. Reflection is important. It allows us to step back from the rush of routines and think about first principles. But reflection must lead to responsibility. Each of us in the hall, principals, faculty members, researchers, research scholars, delegates, and students occupies a critical position in the ecosystem that NEP 2026 to transform. Principals and academic leaders are called to be policy translators, to read NEP 2020 carefully, interpret it intelligently, and implement it courageously in their institutions. Faculty members, they are called to be curricular innovators, to redesign a small courses wherever flexibility is possible. I know we have universities to design the courses, but wherever it is possible. Assessments that embody both Indian rootedness and global readiness. We should try to look at such few things. Students are called to be co-creators of their own learning, to use the flexibility and opportunities that are given by NEP 2020, which provides to craft meaningful, multidisciplinary, and educational journeys. As John Davy, a very famous educationalist from US, warned, if we teach today's students as we taught yesterday's, if we teach today's students as we taught yesterday's, we rob them of tomorrow. So we need to prepare them for the future, for tomorrow. NEP 2020 adds a uniquely Indian nuance. If we continue to teach yesterday's curricula, we not only rob our students of tomorrow, but will rob India of its rightful place in the global knowledge order, and we keep it to the disorder. I invite you to engage with these discussions not only as listeners, but as co-authors of the future of Indian higher education. The path towards global standards is not a road someone else will build for us. We have to build it for ourselves. It is the road we must construct together. Policy by policy, curriculum by curriculum, step by step, from classroom to classroom, or we can say classroom by classroom. We can look at simple and actionable reflection for each of us. When you return to your institution after the symposium, identify one concrete step that can move your program, however modestly, towards global standards. Be it a revived course outcome, a new industry-linked project, a collaboration with an international partner, or a small innovation in assessment. In each of us, we can take, or we can say if each one of us just takes one sincere step, the cumulative impact of our seminar, symposium, this discussion on system will be extraordinary. राहें स्थानीय है, पर सपने वैश्विक हो सकते हैं। नीति नई है, लेकिन अगर उसको हम साथ जलाएं तो वो ज्योतिर्मय हो सकती है. These are the very famous words. I would like to translate them. From village dreams to global heights we can rise. With NEP's light, our learners claim the skies. Dear colleagues, having located at this conversation in a wider global and national context, let us now turn to a difficult but essential question. What do we actually mean by quality in higher education? And how does NEP 2020 ask us to reimagine it in the light of global frameworks? We use the word quality so frequently in our NEC reports, in our NIRF and GSIRF submissions, our prospects, and there is a real danger of becoming a ritual rather than reality. For many years, quality in Indian higher education was implicitly equated with infrastructure and reputational history. So when we talk of quality, we think of buildings, we think of infrastructure, we think of how many years the institution is old or it has a legacy of. A college with large buildings and a central location and famous alumni was assumed to be good, even if its curriculums are not that much relevant, its pedagogical are lecture heavy, and its students support or its student support services are very weak. Conversely, a new government college in a rural or industrial belt was assumed to be average or below average, regardless of the commitment and innovation of its faculty. NEP 2020 challenges this lazy thinking at its core. The central idea is questioned. It invites us to understand quality as a multi-dimensional, evidence-based, outcome-driven concept closely aligned to global discourse and global discourses also. The first major shift is from inputs to outcomes. Traditional quality assurance focused heavily on inputs: land, building, number of classrooms, laboratories, size of library, count of faculty positions, and so on. These are important, but global frameworks increasingly ask a different question. Look at the QS ranking questions. Look at the THE ranking questions. Look at the Shanghai ranking questions. What they ask for. What happens to the students while they are with you? What transformation happens in the students? This is the essence of an outcome-based approach. NEP 2020 pushes us to adopt clear program and course outcomes: cognitive, affective, and psychomotor, and to align curriculum, teaching, learning processes, and assessment methods to these outcomes. The target of raising this GER, gross enrollment ratio, in higher education to 50% by 2030 is not just a numerical expansion goal. It is tied to an exception that those additional millions of learners will receive. How? With education of acceptable quality, not just a seat in any classroom. International accreditation bodies and ranking systems increasingly evaluate some different parameters. What? Let me tell you. Graduate attributes and employability. What are the attributes of graduates? And what are the employability scales? Research output and impact. How much research output of your faculties and students, and what is the impact factor? What impact it has created? International collaborations and mobility. Do we have international collaborations, and what are restrictions on the mobility, and what are the flexibilities for mobility? Inclusivity, diversity, and support for disadvantaged learners. Governance, transparency, and ethical practices. So these are the few things which are to be looked at by different international standards. And I tell you, friends, particularly I suggest to the principal that you should also look at some global standards and try to apply for rankings under these global standards. It is possible, because I look at the quantum of work, the way your placement is there, the way you are connected to industries, and the way you are working with these standards. I guess you will fit somewhere in the global standards, and that will really help the state and the country to show its colleges, and this will be an initiation which will be taken from here, and it will be followed by many other colleges in India. NEP 2020's higher education reforms, setting up multidisciplinary education and research universities, launching of academic bank of credits and national credit framework, and emphasizing teacher development and tech-driven deliveries. So technology-driven deliveries are designed precisely to move Indian institutions in this direction. Our frameworks are being reoriented to align these holistic parameters. You all are aware that our NEP parameters are being reoriented now. They are working on it. Let us take a concrete example from our host institution. The Government College and the Government Commerce and Science College Dahej, established in 2016, has already earned a NEP B grade, CGPA of 2.43 and CSIRF ranking of 3 star. Under the current NEP grading pattern, a CGPA between 201 and 250 corresponds a B grade. It is accredited status, not a failure. For a relatively young government college set up in industrial belt to secure this in the first cycle is not a small achievement. It signals that basic systems of quality assurance are in place. However, if we merely celebrate the grade and file away the peer team report, we miss the point. In the new quality paradigm, a NEC report is not a badge, it is a mirror. It tells us where we stand on a key criteria like curricular aspects, teaching, learning and evaluation, research and innovation, infrastructure and learning resources, student support, governance and leadership, and institutional values. Each of these dimensions has a global parallel. Let me give you a few examples. For instance, curricular aspects relate to how updated, flexible, and multidisciplinary and globally aware our programs are. I understand that we cannot change the programs altogether, but we can introduce few courses, certificate courses and few matching courses. Teaching and learning evolution relate to whether we are using learning center methods, continuous and competency based assessments, technology enabled blended learning, features of common, these all are the features of common in global quality frameworks. Research, innovation and extension connect us to global knowledge networks, citation index and societal impact. So we can easily now connect to international indexes. It's not difficult now. We can even map the societal impacts around our college and around our areas, whosoever college we are in. Consider a hypothetical but realistic scenario that whatever report we have received, that is to be looked at, it should be studied very sincerely, and we should decide to ensure that at least 30 or 40% of the report or whatever is suggested in the report is to be implemented in the first year itself. And then we try to look at other avenues, whatever is possible. Because generally 30-40% of the report things are such, when this peer committee prepares a report, they look at those aspects also, that whether they are doable or not. So they can be done. Other things can be suggested to the different stakeholders from whom we have to take permissions. And then we have to think of implementation. Global benchmarks do not acquire or require us to replicate any single country's model. What they do require is comparability, we can say comparability. That means you can compare with, and transparency. At the same time, compatibility. When a foreign university or employer looks at an Indian graduate transcript, they should be able to understand the level and volume of learning through credit aligned with national and international credit framework, the demonstrable competencies through clear program and learning outcomes, course outcomes and program outcomes. Course means subject and program means a degree program. The quality of institution they studied in through recognized accreditation and rating system like NEC B grade and whatever GSIRF ranking and that. So that is what is to be available when our students go out, and we should show it with the student. Another dimension that NEP 2020 brings to the quality discourse is equity. The policy explicitly rests on pillars of access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. Global standards in education are no longer judged solely by how well the top 5% of students perform. They are judged by how inclusive and supportive the system is for the students from disadvantaged backgrounds, remote locations, and marginalized communities. This is also something where we have an opportunity. Here, we can really make a difference in different ways. A philosopher, Krishnamurti, we all know J. Krishnamurti, he observed, it is no measure of health to be well adjusted to the profoundly sick society. Similarly, it is no measure of quality to be well adjusted to the system that is content with mediocrity, or we can say mediocrity. Quality in the NEP 2020 era is willingness to be uncomfortable, is willingness to accept the changes. It is willingness to question our patterns, our systems, our programs, our syllabuses, the way we teach, the way we learn, the way we research, the way we evaluate. So, and we can question the culture of our institutions also if needed. Question does not mean we have to change everything. Question means we have to review it. If needed, we can reorient it. From a more policy-oriented perspective, the NEP 2020 documentation repeatedly uses the words like holistic, multidisciplinary, flexible, and outcome-oriented to describe the future architecture of higher education. These are exactly the terms you find in a strategic documents of leading global universities and ranking agencies throughout the globe. The convergence is not accidental, it is deliberate. So let me think about a very practical checklist, what we can do. First, let us think of outcome clarity. How much clarity we have about the outcomes. Second, curriculum currency. How current the curriculum is, how frequency and how frequently we make it changes into it. Assessment reforms. How many assessment reforms we are going for? Just before a few days, there was a program in Gujarat University only. We are doing it with Siksha Sanskriti Uthanyas, and a very renowned scholar. Very renowned scholars were present from different parts of India, and a very prestigious and credible thinker from India, Atul Kothari ji, was there. And we were discussing about one input in examination assessment system. He described one incident of one college and one autonomous college and one university and even one school. He said this is possible in school, college and university everywhere. The incident which he described was very interesting. Let me tell it to you. He said that they have decided that let us find out ethical and strong volunteers from the institution who are ready to take exam voluntarily without supervisors. Now, this is not an easy task. On one hand, students will feel very good, but on the other hand, it's a responsibility. And then they ask in a public, that is when there was a gathering of all the students, that how many students are interested in taking exams on their own. There will not be any supervisor in the class and will take exam. Few of them raised the hands. And then they had some consultation with those students. So they have taken some sessions. They actually explain what is the importance of it, what is the importance of responsibility. When you are doing it on your own, what responsibilities you should take, and so on, many things. So they were consulted frequently before the examination. And I tell you, the results of this examination were very interesting. Students, they have appeared in exam, there was no supervisor. They have collected their answer sheets by own, and then they did it everything. I get reminded of such similar incident of another country, a developed country. I'm just telling you two incidents. One is of UK and one is of Canada. I was in one visit of few universities in UK, and I was traveling by public transport. And I saw that everybody entering in, they are either touching their card, they have a card, to the bus while entering and while going out, or they have some money which they put in that and they take the change by themselves. I tell you, there is no conductor in the bus. There is only driver. And driver is naturally busy in driving and looking at traffic and everything. People come and people go out. There was nobody who was monitoring it. So I asked the driver that if somebody doesn't pay the money, then it was just a curiosity from my side. So I asked the driver that how you catch it? How you know it that somebody has not paid? But the question, he hasn't answered it. But he questioned me. Now that question was really, it really disturbed me. And that question was, he said, why anybody will do that? Now I was surprised to listen to the question. He said, nobody will do that. Everybody will pay. Why anybody will do that? So that was the answer. And another incident happened in one of the museums in UK. I was visiting the museum, and you know, in colleges and universities and in museums in UK, on almost every floors, there are some places in the corners where you can find some stalls or some eatable things or like that. You can get things to eat, like sandwiches or different kind of things. And one of the museum we were visiting, and I saw that there are people, there is one counter on one corner of the food and everything, coffee and many other things. And just opposite to that corner, maybe the hall may be big like this. So you can think that on that corner there is a counter, and here is another corner where there was another counter. Now this counter is for the payment, and that counter is for the collection. In India, what generally happens, what we do? You go to a counter of the payment, you pay, you collect a receipt or a token, you give to that counter, and they give you the things, whatever you have ordered. There was a big queue for the payment, but there was a very less queue for taking things. And I saw that there were few people, they were coming, directly going to the counter, taking things, then sitting and eating, and then when the queue gets less, they went there and paid. So I was surprised. I also thought, let me try. I also went to the counter. I asked for a coffee. I asked for a sandwich. That person, without asking anything, gave me a coffee and gave me a sandwich. I have eaten the sandwich and drank the coffee. And then after some time, when there was no queue, I went to the counter. And I tell him that this was the coffee I had and this was the sandwich and how much I have to pay. Then he said me that this much you have to pay. I paid it. But then again I asked the same question. That, don't you think that the system which you have kept here, in this system there may be many people who are not paying. They may be going away, just they go to the counter, they eat and drink and then they go away. Then again I got similar answer to what driver gave me, that why somebody will do that. Nobody will do that. People will pay. And then this next sentence he said was also very important. He said, if my country is not able to feed people and they have to steal, then I should give them free. That was also something very important, what he said. So this much proud about a country and development of ethics is very important for all of us. There are many stores in many countries of the world, I tell you friends, where there are no humans working. There is nobody in the store. You go to the store, you take things, you scan them and you pay for it and you go. So there are such systems being developed, and we should be ready for such reforms for ourselves also. And I'm very sure there is one cafe, Karma Cafe in Ahmedabad. If you visit Ahmedabad someday, and if you have not visited Karma Cafe, I suggest you to visit it. The Karma Cafe also has the similar kind of thing. You go, you order, you take things, you eat, and then you pay. There is no designated price for the things. You decide whatever you want to pay. The amount you decide. They don't ask you that how much you have to pay. It happens that some people don't pay anything, and it happens that some people pay a lot more. So this is how things can really change and differences can be made. The next thing is digital readiness. You have to think of international and national and around industry and academia linkages. This is to be thought of. student support systems and inclusivity, governance and data culture. We should develop a data culture which is very important for all of us. Now, with this, I would like to conclude with one poetic, there are few lines which are a poetic couplets. I would like to read that and then I'll conclude my session for today. We stand today where sea winds meet the classrooms quite light, where village roads and global dreams coverage in shared insight, with NEP as our compass and with courage as our guide. No learner walks in shadow, no talent says, no talent stays untied. Let every lab in the hedge glow with questions, not just marks. Let every port and pipeline feed 1,000 learning sparks. From credits, care and research, from values old and new, a better world is waiting, and its waiting here is for you. So rise as torchbearers, not of degrees alone, but of the skills and heart that the will that makes a nation known. I'm reading it again. So rise as torchbearers, not of degrees alone, but of skills and heart, the will that make a nation known. And the last two lines, if each of us moves one step, and helps another climb, if everybody of us moves one step and help the other to climb, India will meet the future one classroom at a time which nobody can stop in the world. Thank you very much to the organizers for giving me a time and platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightening talk. Your insights on India's NEP 2020 and global standards in education were truly valuable. We now open the session for questions and interactions. Offline participants may please raise their hand, and online participants may post their questions in the chat box. Anyone having any questions to Joshi sir? I think, sir, no one having any questions. Your talk is commendable, so no one having any kind of the questions. Thank you for the insightful questions that you have not taken with us. Due to the time constraints, we will now conclude the question answer session. On behalf of Government Commerce and Science College, Dahej, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. Jagdish Joshi sir for delivering such an enlightening and academically enriching session. Sir, your vast experience, deep insights, and clarity of thoughts have truly enhanced our understanding of NEP 2020 and its alignment with global standards in education also. We are grateful to you for sharing your valuable time and expertise with us today. I would like to thank all the participants, both offline and online, for their active presence and meaningful participation in this session. With this, we formally conclude the session 1. Thank you all. At the very outset, we sincerely apologize for the unintentional oversight in not presenting our token of appreciation to our esteemed chief guest at the inaugural session of this international symposium. We regret this omission and kindly request your gracious understanding. We would like to once again express our heartfelt gratitude to you for honoring us with your presence and for sharing your valuable insights and expertise. Your contribution added immense value to the symposium and greatly inspired for all of us. I would like to introduce Dr. Leena Dave, madam. Please come forward to the dais and present a memento to our first session keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Jagdish Joshi, sir. It is with the great respect and pleasure that we now present this memento as a small symbol of our sincere appreciation, admiration, and gratitude. Please accept this as a remembrance of your association with our institution as a token of our deep respect. I would like to now introduce Dr. Neerav sir. Please come forward to the dais and present a memento to Dr. Anila ma'am, our second chief guest of symposium. May I request Dr. Gaurav Upadhyay sir, please come forward to the dais, and I request Dr. Jayesh Pujara sir, chief guest of this symposium, principal of Government Arts College Jagadia, to kindly accept our memento. May I once again request Dr. Leena Dave ma'am, please come forward to the dais and present a memento to Dr. Neha Haryanvi ma'am, today's session guest of honor of this symposium. Thank you once again for your time, support, and encouragement. We are truly honored and grateful. I now invite Dr. Neerav Pandya sir, Assistant Professor from Department of Physics and NEP Coordinator, kindly take over the proceedings for the next academic session.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to distinguished resource person, esteemed chief guest, guest of honor, all the dignitaries, faculties and student participants present over here. I am Dr. Neerav Pandya, Assistant Professor of Physics. Warmly welcome you in the next part of this international symposium, that is the presentation part. The presentation here, all of you know that those who have participated, that is hybrid mode. So here, basically we have 5 multidisciplinary sub-themes or 5 different tracks. So that based on that, all the presentations are going to present today. I would like to give you a rough idea regarding that. That is track 1, that is science-oriented sub-themes. Track 2, arts and humanities-oriented sub-themes. Track 3, commerce and management-oriented sub-themes. Track 4, that is based on education and pedagogy-oriented sub-themes. Track 5, that is related to society, policy and development-oriented sub-themes. Now this all presentation, or this presentation session will be parallel session based on the number of participants in the different tags in the online and offline mode we receive. We have divided participants of all the sub-themes in the 4 parallel sessions based on the number of participants. There are 3 online parallel sessions is going to start very soon, and 1 will be the offline poster presentation session. So out of that first session, that is online presentation of track 1, science-oriented sub-themes for international and national level participant is going to conduct in this drawing hall. Online presentation of track 1, science-oriented sub-themes for the state level participants, means those who are participants, those who are from Gujarat state, is going to conduct in the computer lab on the ground floor. Whereas online presentation on other themes or other tracks just from track 2 to track 5, that is related to, we can say, arts and humanities, commerce and management, education and pedagogy, society, policy and development oriented sub-themes are arranged in library at the ground floor. Offline poster presentation, as I told that along with these 3 online parallel session, we have parallel session of offline poster presentation. It is arranged in the conference room on the first floor, which is exactly below this drawing hall on the first floor. So in this way, all the presentations part, or it is divided in 4 parallel sessions. Now, interested participants may visit the venue of their interest or sub-themes. I humbly request to offline poster presentation participant kindly visit the conference room on the first floor and paste their poster there for the next offline poster presentation session. And now, very soon, after a few minutes, we are just going to start the online presentation of track 1, science oriented sub-themes for international or national level participants here in this room. So, as I mentioned that track 1, international and national level presentation online, it will be conducted here. Track 1, that is science oriented sub-theme, state level presentation, online presentation, it will be conducted in the computer lab. Track 2 to track 5, that is other than science, we can say that commerce, arts and management and all the sub-themes related, that presentation will be conducted in the library. Computer lab and library both are at the ground floor, and the offline poster presentation, it is in the conference room, which is exactly below this drawing hall, means it is on first floor. So after a few minutes, very soon we are just going to start the online presentation of track 1, that is we can say that international and national level participants. Okay, now so we are going to start, as I told, that online presentation of track 1 science oriented sub-themes for the international and national level participants. We have total 2 international students, those who are going to present their paper in the online mode, and the 7 national level participants from the different states of India. Now, before starting this online presentation, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce our esteemed jury members joining us both offline and online, whose expertise and experience greatly enrich today's session. First, it is my privilege to introduce our offline jury members who are present with us at this venue. Our first offline jury member is Dr. Nitin B. Patel sir, who is in charge principal of Jayendra Puri Arts and Science College, Bharuch, and sir belongs to chemistry subject. Our second esteemed jury in this offline jury is Dr. Rajesh Ravia sir, who is the professor of botany from Department of Botany, Bhakt Kavi Narsi Mehta University, Junagadh. Sir, we sincerely thank you to both of you for joining us in person and for your valuable time and guidance. Next, I am honored and privileged to introduce our online jury members who are connected with us virtually from different locations. Our first online jury member is Professor Dr. Datta Dale, Professor of PG Department of Botany of SSBP's LK Dr. PR Gogre Science College, Dhule, Maharashtra. Our second online jury member is Professor Dr. Bharat Maitreya Sir, Professor of Department of Botany, Bioinformatics and Climate Change Impact Management of University School of Sciences, Gujarat University, Ahmedabad. Sir, we deeply appreciate to both of you for your presence and your support despite the geographical distance. We are truly grateful to all our respected jury members for their willingness to evaluate the presentations. Your engagement and constructive feedback will be highly beneficial for our participants. Once again, warm welcome to our all jury members and thank you for being part of this international symposium. Now, now we are just going to start the first online presentation. Before we start, I would like to request to okay, again I am going to request or announce that the participants from the sub-themes other than science, those who are from commerce, humanities, and we can say that management or pedagogy or education, even they can just go to the library where they are online, where the online presentations are right now. It has been started for of the participants. So those who are interested, they can visit the library for the other than science themes. Okay, now so we are going to start here the first online presentation. Before that, I would like to request all the participants, those who are present over here in the online mode, at least it request to please adhere to the guidelines of the presentation. That is 5 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes will be for the question answer. And I also request to all the participants to keep your PPT in the open mode in the new window. So directly you can just start and you can present your presentation, please. So we are going to start. Our first participant, first international participant is Mr. Paul, Mr. Paul, and the title of his paper is Multi-Scale GLSS, TEC and GIM Investigation of Ionospheric Perturbations Triggered by the 28 March Myanmar Earthquake preceded by Geomagnetic Storm. So, and he belongs to Technical University of Kenya, that is Kenya. Okay, so now I request to Mr. Paul to just start or to share his PPT and start his presentation. I hope that Mr. Paul is available here. Mr. Paul?
Can you hear me? I hope I'm audible. Yes?
Hello.
So this is Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yes.
Oh, it's okay. Can I continue? Thank you so much for the opportunity to present our paper on multi-scale GNSS tech and GM investigation of ionospheric perturbations triggered by the Myanmar earthquake that happened on 28th March last year. That was in March. So the paper was produced, was made up and researched by the team that you see here. In my first slide, that is myself, Paulo Basanjo, Dr. Daniel Oko, Dr. Awor, Professor Paul Baki, Jojo Chieng from the Technical University of Kenya, Department of Space Science and Astronomy. So basically, what you were exploring in the paper with respect to the earthquake was you were trying to look at, could you be able to detect earthquake signatures amidst geomagnetic storms? So the geomagnetic storm in question happened, if you look at my second slide, between the date of 25th and 26th, there was a geomagnetic storm there, and that introduced some noise in the ionosphere. The earthquake itself was of a magnitude of 7.7. That was big enough. So if you look at my second slide on the left, where my cursor is,
Mr. Paul,
that is, yes?
sorry to interrupt you. Please just share your PPT that we are not able to see, please.
Yes?
Please share your PPT. Actually, it is not visible to us, please.
I share my?
Your presentation.
It's okay. Let me share.
Yeah, it is not going to, we are not able to see it, please.
Let me try once more.
Now it's visible.
It's visible?
Yes, now it's visible.
It's okay, thank you.
Again lost.
No, I'm sharing it again. I was just testing whether it's visible. Is it okay?
Yes.
Very good. So, as I was saying, let me start from slide 1. This is a research that was carried out late last year. It was investigating the geometric, it was an investigation of ionospheric perturbations triggered by the March 28th earthquake that happened in Myanmar, which was preceded by a geomagnetic storm. So there was a geomagnetic storm 2 days before this particular earthquake could happen. So the research was done by a team at the Technical University of Kenya, myself, Paulo Basanjo, Daniel Oko as listed there, from the Department of Space Science and Astronomy. So what we are looking at is we are trying to look at, is it possible to detect earthquake signatures amidst geomagnetic storms? Most of the research that has been carried out there has always looked at this aspect in isolation, where you have an earthquake, but you only look at it, the earthquake per se. But in this research, we took a different approach depending on what happened that particular day. There were geomagnetic storms, as you can see in my cursor. Between the days of 25th and 26th, there was a geomagnetic storm, and this introduced some noise into the ionosphere, which I'll explain later in my later slides. So the earthquake was big enough. It was of 7.7 magnitude, which is big enough. So if you can see the fault line, that orange mark stipulates where the origin of the earthquake signal came from. That is where, as it propagated upwards. So the event is on March of 28th, magnitude 7.7. And as I've explained earlier in the earlier slide, there was also a geomagnetic storm that occurred between the dates of 25th and 26th of March of that same year. And it was characterized by a very low, it was sort of a big geomagnetic storm, because what is written here, DST, simply means disturbance storm index, which was to a value of negative 62 nanoteslas. So this is so big in terms of, if you look at geomagnetic physics with respect to geomagnetic storms, that is big enough to cause to be seen. So the challenge was, the geomagnetic storm introduced some perturbation in the ionosphere, and that the perturbation is measured in terms of what we call total electron content, which we refer to as TEC unit. So TEC there simply means total electron content, which can be measured. So this was measured in terms of what perturbation was introduced by the geomagnetic storm, and it was to the order of plus and minus 35 TEC units. So this made it very hard, because it's like in some noise and you're trying to isolate a particular noise, in quotes, if I were to say that, within that particular context. So it becomes very hard to determine the noise that is caused by an earthquake per se. So if you look at the last, where they were talking about the breakthrough, so we used data from a station in Thailand, that is CMMU, Chiang Mai station in Thailand, which runs a GNSS station. GNSS station is on there, which has current data. So we used this, and we successfully managed to isolate the distinct signatures of the pre-seismic enhancement, co-seismic, and acoustic gravity waves. So what I mean by this pre-seismic, co-seismic, and that's what I mean is that pre-seismic is before the earthquake event, and co-seismic is during the earthquake event, and the associated effects of how this introduced perturbations in the ionosphere. So there was a rare sequence here, as I mentioned earlier. So between the dates of March 24 to 31st, that is where most of our data was, there was what we call compound forcing. So the compound forcing was basically brought about by the occurrence of storms that are preceded by an earthquake. And that's where the concept of compound forcing comes in. So as I said earlier, most of the studies that have been done before basically look at these things in isolation. They study geomagnetic storms in isolations and their related perturbations, whereas they also study earthquake in isolation. But in this particular case, the two happened almost simultaneously, preceding each other. They preceded each other, and that was a very complex affair in terms of it was isolating what effect was there by each of them. And I think if you look at my presentation there, that blue curve represents the effect of the geomagnetic storm. So you see that it reached to the values of -62, which anytime, the moment the DST is more negative, it means that there's a storm in the geomagnetic field. So that is what is measured in terms of nanotesla. So the more negative it is, the more the stormy the geomagnetic field is. And then the purple one is what we call planetary KP, which is basically the planetary index. It's also used in measuring the geomagnetic storm in the geomagnetic field. So here, if you look at the greenish band, that's where the earthquake is. And if you look at the earthquake time, it's mostly quiet conditions. But we look at the other end, then you see how this happens. So as the quake, if you look at this here, when the quake was trying to stabilize, because the geomagnetic storm was trying to stabilize, because here, as you move from here, the stabilization is coming back, it's recovering to the normal phase. So we are going back to the quiet conditions. But then, as we go back to the quiet conditions, an earthquake happens at that particular point. So you see what I was trying to talk about, compound forcing, where there is a geomagnetic storm, at the same time an earthquake is happening. Just as the geomagnetic storm recovers, then there's an earthquake that happens at that particular point. So let me just give you a context of what we are looking at. Here is where the epicenter of the earthquake is. That is in Myanmar, the border of course. So the station that we are using where we got our GNSS station data was 390 kilometers away from the epicenter. So this location basically is unique in its own way, because in geomagnetic physics we say that, or rather in ionospheric physics we say that this station lies within what we call the equatorial ionization anomaly region. So this particular region is basically characterized by a lot of plasma density. So plasma is what we would call the variability of electron content at this particular point is highly variable. And that's why it's a very unique region, or rather set up to study this particular kind of scenario. So if we could detect this here, then it means it's pretty much possible to use the same technique to detect earthquake precursors elsewhere in the world, because of the complexity that I've just mentioned, that it is characterized by a lot of plasma variability. So what did you do in terms of methodology? We used raw GNSS data, which is the frequency of L1 and L2 from the CMMU station. So we processed, of course, from the GNSS station, we get the tech in terms of S-Tech. There are other procedures are not mentioned here. S-Tech, which is slant tech, that is how the station, the instruments measure the total electron content. They measure it in slant tech. Then we have to convert it to what we call VTech, using a software that was developed some times back by one of the professors in India, Gopi Semala. So we use that, then transform it. Then we filter the 5 quietest days. So we use this as a background when there's no disturbance in the ionosphere. And that's why we choose the 5 quietest days. So the 5 quietest days, just by means of what are the parameters. The parameters are, the DST should be greater than negative 20 nanoteslas, and the Kp should be less than 3. Then from there we calculate something known as differential tech. So differential tech is basically the vertical tech, the event,
Excuse me.
minus, or rather subtracts the median, the
Excuse
quiet
me.
one, the median of the quiet days.
Excuse me.
So why does it matter?
Hello,
Yes?
Mr. Paul. Sorry to
Yes?
interrupt you again. I will humbly
Yeah?
request you to kindly just conclude in the time limit. So please.
I tend to?
Yeah, within 2 minutes,
I-
please. Yeah. 2
Oh,
minutes.
it's
are
okay,
left,
it's okay.
please.
Let me just rush through. I've explained most of the things. So we use that. Then the geometric storm, as I've explained earlier, introduced perturbations to the order of negative 35, plus or minus 35, as can be seen here, and I think I'd explained that earlier in the earlier slide. So at this particular point, that's what you see. This is on March 25th, March 26th, around this particular time. So that is, I'm just enhancing. So if you look at this slide, 12 hours before the warning sign. So what we are trying to say here is that it's possible to use this particular mechanism of GNSS to detect earthquakes 12 hours before they occur, as can be seen from here. So the DTEC is enhanced to the order of +3 to tech units before the earthquake. That's what we mean by pre-seismic, before, then during the main shock. So this is when the earthquake happens. The main shock happened here, and there was that enhancement. So we tried to validate what we found by doing what we call acoustic wave, gravity waves analysis. And this is what would be seen here. The period was 15-20 minutes. So we look at oscillations of these waves by measuring the period and of course the speed. So if we do that around this place, around the place where the earthquake happened, the Raptor region, we realize that it's consistent with waves that are generated by displacement in the crust. So these are just more evidence of what we are talking about. So this is a spectral evidence. So what I've just said earlier, there's a massive localized injection of energy at the point where the earthquake happened. The red dot, the dotted red line represents the main shock, and this represents where the shock energy injection was happening. So I think these are just partial, the G maps that are just trying to validate more of what we are talking about, whether that is true. So the anomaly was, it was a regional context. So this is just bringing the regional context because we used one session. So we had to validate that by using the G maps. And I think that is all. So the carry home from this research is that apart from just using the traditional methods of detecting earthquakes before they happen, we can incorporate this and make it usable for future detection of earthquakes. Thank you so much. I'm open to questions if there are any.
Yeah.
So
thank you, Mr. Paul. Now, is there any
Yes.
question from the jury members, those who are presented over offline and in online mode? Any question from Datta Dale sir or Bharat sir, if any? Okay. Yes.
It was nice presentation, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Why this method is preferred on the traditional method? Just justify within half minute.
Yes, Karen again, I didn't get your question.
Yes, sir. How this method is applicable from the traditional method?
Or how is this method applicable from the traditional method? Thank you.
Yeah.
So we are not replacing the traditional method per se, but what we are trying to do, we are just trying to complement the traditional method, because traditional method mostly uses seismic perturbations, but from the crust. But this one, we are using satellite data to do the same process that that is supposed to be done. So our process is just complementary in a way, not necessarily replacing the existing methods. Because not all, the observatories that monitor earthquakes are not in every place. They are not everywhere in the world. So this could be used as another way of trying to monitor earthquakes where those traditional methods do not exist. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Paul.
Okay.
Yes, is there any further question from participants or any jury? Okay, I think there is no question, so we are going to move for the next presenter.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you so much.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, you are.
Hello. Hello, am I audible? Your question. Yes, you are audible.
Yes, you are
Please ask
audible.
your question. Hello, Paul.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please ask your question. Your study about the GNSS and what are the impacts of the velocity part of this earthquake events?
What are they?
Velocity part.
I don't know whether I'm getting what you're saying. What are the effects of?
What are the CSID? Hello.
Yes.
What are the CSID and velocity impact that you can find out from that GNSS study?
So the velocity, we look at it from the perspective of the AGWs, which are the acoustic gravity waves. And if we do that, we manage to calculate the speeds to be to the order of 600 to 800 meters per second, which is consistent with the gravity waves that are associated with seismic events. So our calculations arrived at 600 to 800 because the periods were 15 to 20 minutes. If you saw my slides, they were 15 to 20 minutes. So that puts the speeds to 600 to 800 meters per second for the AGWs. For the TIDs, we didn't do the TID analysis for this particular data set. So we only did the AGWs.
Okay.
I don't know whether that answers your question, yes.
So with these calamities other than the earthquake, like this volcanoes or maybe tsunami, that you can measure from this particularly magnetic fields with GNSS?
Yes, as long as, because tsunamis, the forming mechanism are different. Of course, actually tsunamis also, this crustal displacement and all that, and it leads to all this. So it's possible to use GNSS tech to also detect that, but this, I have to put a disclaimer, is an active area of research. It's not conclusive. It started with actually the first research in this started with the case of the 2004 tsunami, and mostly it's been done by the Japanese. So it's a new area, it's an emerging area. We are still trying to figure out how this can be effectively used.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Paul, that you have a wonderful presentation. Best wishes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any other question?
Now we are going to move on the next presenter. So our next presenter is Dr. Hemant Kumar U. Oja, and he is affiliated from Dangor Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemical Company from Nigeria. So now I request Dr. Hemant to share your presentation and start your talk. Dr. Hemant, are you there? Are you available?
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, okay. You can see my presentation?
Yes, it's visible, sir.
Okay.
Please do it full
Good
screen.
afternoon.
Please do it full screen, sir.
Hello. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, yeah. Good afternoon, all guests. Good afternoon, all guests. I am Hemant Kumar Oza. I am a chemical engineer and presently working with Dangote Refinery and Petrochemical here in Lagos, Nigeria. And I have total 25 years experience. Also, previously I connected with the Dahej. I worked in this Birla Copper Hindalco Industries Limited. So I want to discuss that what is the scope of chemical engineering and chemistry education to the worldwide. So chemical engineering and chemistry are two dynamic field and impactful industries also. And research and society also. Global economics focus on sustainability, technology and innovation. Also careers in the areas expanding rapidly. This presentation I want to say that it explores the global job prospects, industry demand, career pathways and future trends in both the fields. Why any students has to choose this chemical field? Chemical engineering applies the principle of chemistry, physics, mathematics, economics to efficient use of produce, design, transport and transform energy and materials. What are the key functions? If somebody doing the chemical engineering, it is a process design and optimization. They can work in the process design and optimization, safety and hazard analysis, production scale up, and environment also. Core sectors of the employing the chemical engineers. It's a petroleum refinery and petrochemicals, pharmaceuticals and biotechnology, food and beverage processing, environment engineering and waste management, material and nanotechnology also, water treatment and renewable energy also, fertilizer and metal industry also they can get the job. There are the opportunity. Abstract from this job scope of chemical engineering worldwide. So industrial role, what role you will be offered by the any industry? It's process engineer, design and improve industry chemical processes, optimize the production systems. Process engineer giving the guidelines how to run the any chemical plant, any petrochemical plant, any refinery, and they are giving the inputs as per the design and research of the all parameters. And they are giving ideas how to optimize the utilities and reduce the production cost. Production manager, obviously you can say manager managing the total staff, and he is the responsible for overall function of the plant, any production related issues, any maintenance related. So production manager also, you will be offered the production manager roles when you will get the sufficient experience. So overseas manufacturing operations available and ensure the quality safety. Also safety is the most important part of the any industry. Okay, without safety we cannot work, and safety is our priority. So another field is the R&D engineer, research and development, and also they have to grow up the scientist role, develop the new products, new ideas. What are the, if anything, old technology is not producing good products, then they have to research something new. They can work in the labs, laboratory, and pilot plants also. Safety and environment engineer. Okay, if anybody are doing chemical engineering, then they want to choose the HSEF, safety environment engineer. Then they have to do some specialty of the environment engineering course or NEBOS, so they can join the safety and environment engineer, ensuring what they are doing. They are doing the ensuring the regulatory compliances. Okay, safety is a most important part of any industry. If
Kumar Oza, sir,
yeah,
please conclude your presentation in 2 minutes. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay. So these are the high growth areas: biochemical engineering, nanotechnology, pharmaceutical, energy storage. Overview of chemical, also chemistry. If somebody doing the BSc chemistry, so they will be benefited. They choose this field also. So job scope: high school, secondary educational teacher, university lecturer, professor, education research also, and science communicator, curriculum developer, educational consultant also. Okay, so skills in demand: process, modeling, and simulation, project management, safety. Also, we already discussed. So, global job market. Okay, chemical engineering demand everywhere. After the COVID, growth of pharmaceutical and biotechnology also, it's a wide field. And chemistry education also, there is so much opportunities available. Okay, so North America, you can see the global high demand in biotech, energy and environment, and also Europe, renewable energy, sustainability engineering also. Asia, rapid industrial growth, manufacturing, petrochemical and refinery. Africa also refinery, oil and gas. Middle East also oil and gas, refinery, petrochemical. Okay, so and that challenges, automation may replace the routine tasks. Automations, this is nowadays AI is there, so some job is reduced, but there are so many opportunities. Okay, so conclusion: both chemical engineering and chemistry giving the global career opportunities. Okay, so if anybody choose this field, so they can easily build up their career. Okay, and earn too much money also. Okay, because everybody doing the work to for their family. Okay, so I have taken the reference from International Labour Organization reports, American Institute Chemical Engineering Career Outlook. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any question?
Your expertise in the chemical engineering gives more idea to the research students and other students. But unfortunately, this is the conference, and we expected here only the research, not the review article, sir. So we cannot consider your presentation for the competition. It is a very nice presentation for the students also, sir.
Okay,
thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Given this opportunity. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Aman, sir.
Sir, please call the next.
Okay.
Yeah, is there any question?
Yes,
Yes, yes.
just subject-wise, it's from the presentation about the one of the science subjects, chemistry and chemical engineering. But the most of the research part and the particularly certain research findings, or maybe some kind of the research article which may be preferable for whatever the Dr. Dattaji is saying.
Yes, sir.
But
We expected, yes, sir. We expect here regarding the research.
Expected that many students who are aware about this, some kind of the chemical sciences part too. Because nowadays, each and every content regarding with the NEP, so in interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary, living organism also deal and connect with this, all the non-living part too. So either it is connected with the atoms or chemical compounds or any kind of molecules. So it is preferably that every research which are finding each and every connectivity of the subject.
Yes,
So
sir.
mostly as far as the concern with the biological science part too, where the biochemistry is concerned. So we find out that the basic knowledge about the chemistry is must required for that. And
Yes, sir.
if you go for the physics or any kind of other part, so we can also, with the help of this chemistry, we can develop all those things. So by the computational chemistry knowledge, basic chemistry or applied chemistry, we can develop a lot in this field. And many students are benefited where they either it is a phytochemistry part, zoochemistry part, or micro chemistry part too. So this is a very good presentation for us, but unfortunately that for the consideration part, so it is just information regarding to the subject. So best wishes to energy. Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now there is one question from the Dr. Nitin B. Patel, sir, who is our jury, who is available in offline mode. Yes, sir, please.
Now you are working in petroleum industry. So petroleum products are volatile in nature. It catch easily fire and density also different. So how will you improve the density of petrol and calorific value? Second question, if density is higher, then calorific value will be vary or not? Calorific value of
You are not
petrol.
audible.
My voice is audible to you?
Sir, your voice is breaking there.
The petroleum product, petrol, say consider as a petrol having a different density while we are purchasing. So density is different, 749 or some petrol pump there is a 756 or 759. So density is improved, then calorific value will be increased or not? Fuel calorific value of petrol. Okay, it is okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think now is there any question? So now we are going to move to the third participant. Third participant is Dr. Swati Patil, and she belongs to Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. Dr. Swati, yes, please
Yes,
share
sir,
your
yes.
presentation and start. Hello.
Can you share me, sir? Can I?
Yes, Dr. Sati, share your slides,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
share your presentation.
Dr. Swati, are you able to hear us?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready?
Some problems.
There are Yes, sir. There are three dots below the screen. Click on their dots. You will get the chat, people, and share. You can go to share and share your slide from your location.
Okay. More option.
Before that, you have the entire screen go through.
Keep your presentation
Please repeat,
on
sir.
new window,
Sir, please
and
repeat.
then, as sir has mentioned, you can share your presentation.
Yes, sir.
यह स्क्रीन के लास्ट में जो 3 डॉट है वो डॉट पे क्लिक करना, वहां पे 3 ऑप्शन मिलेंगे आपको। एक चैट है, दूसरा पीपल्स है और थर्ड वन इज द शेयर। ये शेयर पे क्लिक करना। शेयर पे क्लिक करोगे तो आपको लोकेशन पूछेगा, जहां पे आपका पीपीटी स्लाइड होगा वहां पे जाके उसको शेयर कर देगा।
सर वो स्क्रीन के ऊपर मैंने ओपन किया है, यानी कि विंडो ओपन किया है, पर वो आ नहीं रहा सर। एंटायर स्क्रीन का ऑप्शन किया है सर मैंने।
एंटायर स्क्रीन बराबर है, तो एंटायर स्क्रीन में अभी प्रेजेंटेशन आपका शेयर नहीं हुआ, एक बार ट्राई करो।
आपका प्रेजेंटेशन ओपन रखो।
ओके ओके ओके।
प्रेजेंटेशन ओपन रख के शेयर एंटायर स्क्रीन करना।
ओके। एंटायर स्क्रीन किया है सर मैंने, पर वो हो नहीं रहा। एंटायर स्क्रीन करके
नहीं शेयर आपका नहीं आपका ऑप्शन शेयर नहीं हुआ ही नहीं है। आपका स्क्रीन शेयरिंग हुआ नहीं है अभी तक। होने के बाद में इधर तुरंत दिखाई देता है। आप वहां पे ऑप्शन में जाके
ऑप्शन करने के बाद ओके।
नहीं, आप पहले शेयर करना, शेयर करो, पहले शेयर करो, बाद में एंड स्क्रीन करना।
स्क्रीन में ऊपर आपको शायद दिखेगा, वो लीव के पास में शेयर का फाइल ऑप्शन होगा।
हाँ यस सर, उसके ऊपर क्लिक करने के बाद एंटायर स्क्रीन किया मैंने।
हाँ
एंटायर स्क्रीन करने के बाद शेयर।
सर शायद उनको टेक्निकल इश्यू है, क्या हम वैसा ही उनका सुन लेंगे?
आर यू जॉइन विद मोबाइल और लैपटॉप?
लैपटॉप से ज्वाइन किया है सर।
लैपटॉप से हो।
Yeah. Otherwise, sir, if you allow, then if you see as technical issue, I think.
Yes. Now, अभी हुआ था आपका प्रेजेंटेशन, हुआ था, शेयर हुआ था। अभी एक बार ट्राई करना।
ओके ओके ओके। तो शेयर क्यों नहीं हो रहा?
अभी हुआ था एक बार।
ओके ओके।
Again you can try for. It may be camera off maybe. Hello.
Yes. Sir, we may allow him, her to.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, it.
Okay.
It is
now
it. It is it.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Dr. Swati Bimrao Patil. Today, I am represent my research topic, research paper on ethnobotanical plants used in the treatment of diabetes by indigenous communities of Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar district, Maharashtra. Abstract diabetes mellitus is one of the most prevalent metabolic disorders affecting both urban and rural population, particularly in the regions with a limited access to modern healthcare facilities. Indigenous communities of the Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar districts in Maharashtra have traditionally relied on medicinal plants for the treatment for the management of diabetes and related complications. The present study aims to document and analyze the ethnobotanical knowledge related to anti-diabetic plants used by these indigenous communities. The study documented multiple medicinal plant species belonging to diverse families that are traditionally used for diabetes management. The findings highlights the rich ethnobotanical heritage of indigenous communities and emphasize the need for documentation, conservation, and scientific validation of traditional anti-diabetic remedies. Introduction. The diabetes mellitus is a chronic metabolic disorder characterized by persistent hyperglycemia resulting from defects in insulin secretion, insulin action, or both. The traditional system of medicine have long used plant-based therapies for the treatment of diabetes. Ethnobotany, which deals with the relationship between people and plants, plays a crucial role in documenting such a traditional knowledge. Indigenous and rural communities often depends on medicinal plants due to affordability, accessibility, and cultural acceptance. Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar districts of Maharashtra possesses a rich floral diversity and strong tradition of folk medicine. Local healers and tribal communities use variety of plants for treating metabolic disorders, including diabetes. However, this knowledge is largely transmitted orally and it at risk of being lost due to modernization and cultural changes. The present study was undertaken to record, analyze, and evaluate medicinal plants traditionally used for diabetes treatment by indigenous communities of Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar district. Material methods, the study area, I have done the research work on Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar district, different tribal areas of this district on different, the frequent visits are done in different season on that area. Selection of informants. Field survey was conducted over multiple visits. Informants included traditional healers, then elderly villagers, forest dependent community members. Data collection. I have collected the plant samples. Then I take the information. I took the information of this plant, their botanical name, then plant part use, then preparation of method, then the dosage, mode of administration, and duration of treatment, which is used by the local people or traditional healers and medicine which for the treatment of diabetes. Plant collection and identification was done with the help of various district flora. I have collected the plant sample and preserve it and make a herbarium of that sample. Then data analysis, the plants were categorized by habit, plant part use and preparation method, frequency of citation and use pattern were analyzed descriptively. Results, I total 46% of herbs are used for the treatment of diabetes. Then the 32% trees are used. Then 18% of shrubs are used. Then 4% of climbers are used for the treatment of diabetes. In that, in the tribal areas of Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar district. Then 41% method of preparation, the decoction, 41% of decoction is used. Then powder form, 25% powder form of plant sample is used. Then 18% juice is used for the treatment. These are the plants. There are many plants are recorded from that area, but out of these plants, out of that plants, these 10 plants are used for the treatment of diabetes. Discussion. The present investigation reveals that the indigenous communities of Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar district possesses substantial ethnobotanical knowledge of diabetes management. Out, the many documented species such as Gymnema sylvestris, Momordica, Carentia, Syzygium cumini, and Tinospora cordifolia are widely organized, recognized in traditional medicine and have demonstrated hypoglycemic effects in pharmacological studies. The informants emphasize long-term use and dietary regulation along with plant remedies. Some preparation were used singly while others were administered in combination. Means one plant sample is also used, and in the combination of plant sample is also used. One or two plant sample in the combination is also used for the treatment of diabetes. Conclusion. Indigenous communities of Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar district maintain valuable traditional knowledge regarding medicinal plant used in a diabetes treatment. The documented species show strong potential for pharmacological validation and drug development. Preservation of this ethnobotanical knowledge along with conservation of medicinal plant resources is essential. Further phytochemical and clinical studies are recommended to establish efficacy and safety for broader therapeutic use. These are the references research papers. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Which communities have been
Sir,
seen you? Okay. I'm audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Which communities have been seen you to use most of the diabetic plants in your study area?
In that area, the Madhav Koi, tribal Thakur, then Bill, these are the communities use these treatment or plants for the treatment of diabetes.
Yes. Which plant you got in survey which are not used before in any therapeutic treatment or which is not mentioned in any dictionary? Have you seen any one of the type plants?
No, sir. I particularly when I visited that area, the many plants have most valuable importance, medicinal importance. But out of that, these plants are used for the diabetes. Other plants are also having other medicinal properties like wound healing, wound for curing wound, then for joint pains and other disorders.
मेरा मेरा कहने का मतलब यह है कि आपको इन कम्युनिटीज में ऐसी कोई प्लांट मिली क्या जो अभी तक कहीं पे रिकॉर्ड नहीं हुई है? ये डायबिटीज बोल के डायबिटीज करके यूज करते हैं, कोई डॉक्टर यूज करता है या अपने जैन सर की डिक्शनरी है उसमें रिकॉर्ड नहीं है, ऐसा एक कोई प्लांट मिला क्या जो डायबिटीज के लिए ये लोग यूज करते हैं जिसका रिकॉर्ड कहीं पे नहीं है?
कैसिया सेना का यूज जो है वो डायबिटिक्स के लिए भी यूज होता है और उसका रिकॉर्ड मैंने नहीं देखा था सर उनसे रेफरेंस।
कैसिया सेना, ओके ओके ठीक, सर प्लीज।
Okay, Dr. Swati, that your presentation regarding with the some of the severe cases nowadays, pre-corona concern or maybe post-corona concern. However, this diabetic, the particularly diagnostic part or maybe some kind of the treatment part which are going on in major parts of the world. So, with this help of all these herbal remedies or maybe therapeutic uses of the some wild, also the some cultivated varieties which are we use, if any kind of the precaution part or maybe if anything suffering from this diabetic patient. But other than they take any drugs or any insulin, it is mostly effect on that particularly human being or maybe any cases of the diabetic patient without the particular treatment or maybe some kind of they take the uh, drug or insulin, inject insulin.
Yes, sir.
Any clinical evidence that you have?
No, sir. Clinical evidence. These people are traditionally use their knowledge. They use in the form of decoction or in the form of powder. They use traditional knowledge.
Traditional knowledge is it is not it is mostly known for us. And Dr. Datta Balaji has mentioned that other than this, like this Momodica or Tinospora and
Yes, yes.
Gymnema that you mentioned
Yes.
about this, like
Yes, sir.
TBI,
Yes, sir.
which are plant which have been mostly observed that we are
Observe.
taking neem patta or maybe others jamun trees.
Yes,
So
sir.
these are all the plants which are useful in this diabetic way. If
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
non-diabetic is also been afraid from the particularly this disease and they take it. This is not a problem. So
Yes, sir. Particularly these plants are used for the treatment from that area. They are used for that treatment of diabetes.
from your the Sambhajinagar area, any kind of significant plant species that you are using dominantly?
Dominantly used plant species are Tinospora cordifolia. Plants are mostly
So,
used.
Gillory, it is used
Yes,
for.
yes, yes, yes.
Yes. And other state, are you referred that state those are having some dominant species which are useful in that diabetic path?
I can't hear, sir.
दूसरा कोई ऐसा प्लांट है पौधा है जो दूसरे राज्यों में उपयोगी है डायबिटिक के लिए?
यही प्लांट का जो मैंने स्टडी किया है तो मैंने संभाजीनगर डिस्ट्रिक्ट पे ही किया है सर और जो वो एरिया में जो वेजिटेशन है वो वहाँ के जो लोग हैं हर्बल वेंडर्स वगैरह जो यूज करते हैं उसका मैंने स्टडी किया है तो अदर 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 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में अदर स्टेट में भी ये हर्बल वेंडर्स ये सोल्व कर सकते हैं यहाँ का जो मेडिसिनल जो प्लांट है उसका यूज पाउडर फॉर्म में या डिकॉक्शन फॉर्म में भी वो यानी कि वहां पर सेल कर सकते हैं अदर डिस्ट्रिक्ट अदर स्टेट में
केरल स्टेट में टेरोकार्पस के एक वुड स्टिक देते हैं और जो पूरी रात ग्लास में पानी में भिगो के रखना है और सुबह वो पीते हैं सब तो इट रिड्यूस मोर देन 200 to 300 डायबिटिक जो शुगर है लेवल वो रिड्यूस करता है तो एट दैट पार्ट दैट इफ you refer some other states because now Ministry of Ayush and others condition those who are having produced the herbal drugs. So majorly they are research on it and we botanists those who are been explore some wild or cultivated species and according to the some traditional knowledge where the Bhagat, Vaidya and tribal village peoples too, those who are have suffering from the disease. So it is very helpful information regarding to this. So best wishes for the future work.
Okay, sir. Okay. Definitely.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Now
sir.
I think no more question. So now we are going to move to the next participant. Next participant is Miss R. Lavanya and group, and they are affiliated from Justice Basir Ahmad Saeed College for Women, Madras University, Chennai. Miss R. Lavanya and group, all of you are present here? Hello. Miss R. Lavanya, are you available? Hello. So I think they are not available. So if they will be available, we will go at the end. So now next, fifth number, there is a group presentation. That is Miss Sarin Arifa and group from Justice Basir Ahmed Said College for Women, Madras University, Chennai. Miss Sarin Arifa and group. Miss Sarin Arifa, you are available? Sir, we will just wait for a while. Miss Manasi Singha is available? 6 number. Miss Manasi Singha, are you available? Sir, for Dr. Dale sir and Maitre sir, just we are waiting for a while. We just informed 2 participants. Sir,
Okay,
please.
wait. Okay, waiting.
Because most of the participants from in the list, they are from this university. So just we are waiting for a while, sir, please. Miss Mansi Singha, are you available? Dr. Syam Prasad Mukherjee University, Ranchi. Any participants from Justice Basir Ahmed Syed College for Women, Madras University? Okay, sir, now they are just going to join. They are just going to join. So, Miss R. Lavanya and group, you people are available here? I think might be they have joined a wrong link. That's why, sir, there is problem. So, we communicated. Now they are just going to join very soon, sir. Miss Sirin Arifa, your group is available? Sirin?
Hello.
Now, who is going to present? Please unmute yourself.
Hello, ma'am. It is audible for you.
Yes, yes, you are
Yes,
audible.
you are audible. Please.
Okay. Shall I start with the presentation?
Yes. You are from which group? Please introduce.
Start.
Yes, you can start.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson, distinguished delegates and esteemed participants. It is my privilege to present our research work titled Study on Plant Adaptations to Different Stress, Hibiscus rosa sinensis. I am Lavanya R, representing the Department of Botany, Justice Bashir Ahmed Said College for Women, Tenabet, Chennai. This research was carried out in collaboration with Lokeshwari Nazira Pavitrayam Pavitra. We are honored to present our work at this international conference. Now, I would like to begin my discussing the broader content of our study, Plants in a Changing World. Plants face continuous environmental challenges. There are two major stress types. The first one is the abiotic stress, which is drought, salinity, temperature. The second type is the biotic stress. This stress affects growth, physiology, and productivity. Climate change increase stress intensity worldwide. I will now hand over the presentation to Lokeshwari. Good afternoon, respected delegates. Study objective. Objective 1, investigated physiological and morphological adaptation. Objective 2, water stress, salinity stress, temperature stress, and control. Unveiling hibiscus reliances. This study aims to delve into the fascinating world of plant stress. Physiology focusing on the ornamental yet robust hibiscus rosa sinensis. Investigated adaptations strategies to identify and characterize the specific physiological and morphological strategies employed by hibiscus rosa sinensis to adapt to various environmental stress. Compare plant responses to analyze and compare the distinct response of hibiscus rosa sinensis under different stress condition, providing insights into its comprehensive stress tolerance mechanism. I will now hand over the presentation to Pavitra.
Good afternoon, respected delegates. I will now introduce the Hibiscus rosa sinensis. Introducing the plant Hibiscus rosa sinensis. Botanical profile. Botanical name Hibiscus rosa sinensis. Common name Chinese hibiscus. It is an ornamental shrub. It is native to East Asia and it is known for its adaptability. Ideal model for tropical stress studies. Experimental setup. Stimulating environmental challenges, the circular icon shows water stress, salinity stress, temperature stress, common control. Experimental groups, water stress. Dot stimulation, second one, salinity stress, high salt concentration. Third one, temperature stress, elevated temperature. Number 4, control group, optimal conditions. Comparative analysis assessment. I will now hand over the presentation to Nazira.
Delegates, I will now discuss the water stress and salinity stress response. Water stress response, conserving precious water. Adaptive response such as stomatal closure, reduced transpiration, leaf curling and wilting, maintenance of turgor pressure. Water stress triggers physiological regulation mechanisms. Salinity stress a response, coping with a salinic environment. Some key mechanisms are there. They are osmotic adjustment, prolonging accumulation, ion regulation, a reduced growth rate lead to energy conservation. Effective biochemical adaptation under salt stress. I will now hand over the presentation to Pavitra M.
Good afternoon, respected delegates. I will now explain the temperature stress response in hibiscus rosa sinensis. Temperature stress response deriving in the heat. Adaptation responses. Each step protein activation. Increased antioxidant production. Reduced metabolic rate. I will now hand over the presentation to Lavanya.
Continuing our presentation, I will now discuss the stress response mechanism observed in hibiscus. Key observations are changes in leaf morphology, reduced biomass accumulation, slower stem elongation, survival across stress conditions. Demonstrates adaptive plasticity of the species. Current status of our project is experimental phase has been completed. We are waiting for the final results. With these preliminary findings, I now invite Pavitra to present the conclusion and the future research direction. Conclusion. Number 1, strong physiological adjustment observed. Number 2, high stress adaptation potential. Number 3, promising model species for stress physiology research. Future research. Number 1, gene expression profiling. Number 2, molecular marker identification. Number 3, crop improvement application. Hibiscus rosa sinensis is a resilient species with significant potential for climate resilience research. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to present our topic.
Thank you, all Lavanya and group.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Lavanya.
Yes, sir.
Please justify why you chosen the plant Hibiscus rosa sinensis.
We selected Hibiscus rosa sinensis because it is a widely grown ornamental plant with good adaptability to tropical conditions. And also it responds to environmental stress. So we selected this hibiscus plant.
How you calculated the biomass?
We are currently working on it. We will update in a future paper.
Uh, which of the abiotic factor have shows the more response to your taste?
Salinity stress.
Okay, salinity test. Okay. And which of the biotic factor?
What, sir? Come again?
You are studying for the biotic and abiotic factors.
Yes, sir.
Abiotic factor shows the salinity.
Yes, sir.
Which is the biotic factor shows the high result.
Temperature stress shows the high result, sir.
Yes, temperature is the biotic factor also. Okay, no problem. Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
So now thank you, Alaman. Now we are
So
going to
presentation about this hibiscus rosa finances. So both the particular presenter Lavanya and Kavita that with this particularly plant, mostly it is a cultivated plant, and mostly from the which are bought from the nursery part. So mostly the twigs which are been potting and maybe some kind of down level that we can grow for it as an ornamental plant. So mostly the wild varieties which found. So in your research that about this some kind of physiological process as far as the concern is this space. So in which area that you are going to particularly place a plant in a field, in a particularly compound, or maybe in a ground level part?
In a field pot, sir, in our college.
Hello?
Hello, it is Andrew, sir.
hello.
Planted this.
Growing in pots, sir.
Growing in pot. Okay, and
Pots.
how many plants that you are growing?
10 plants.
10 plants. And each plant from the same soil, same content?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is the about this growth and development about part which have make any kind of differentiation?
No, sir, we are now in experimental phase, is not completed yet. So we are still observing, sir.
Only the observation. Okay, so any kind of this different plant, whether to number of leaves or maybe flower produce part, or this particularly addition of any other fertilizer or water treatment.
Hello.
Resultable soon that you can go through this particularly some kind of water or maybe soil adiabatic factors that are responsible for growth and development other than the weather. Have you noticed any?
Sir, your voice is not audible for us, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Lavanya, please just come out from your screen. Okay. Now we are just going to move to the next participant. Next participant is Ms. Sirin Arifa and group from Justice Basir Ahmed Said College for Women, Madras University. Ms. Sirin Arifa is available? Lavanya, please just mute yourself and come out from your screen. Hello.
Sir,
Yeah, Sirin Arifa, are you available?
yes, sir.
Yes, so please start your presentation and share your screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Sanjana from Justice Bashir Ahmad Said College for Women. Here to present the poster on the topic assessment of the antifungal potential of curcuma longa extracts at different concentration against selected laboratory fungal isolates and in vitro study. My teammates are Shirin Arifa, Shehnaz Begum, Shamina and Pratibha. Introduction. Fungal infections are becoming more common across the world and can affect humans, animals, plants, and stored food. Many existing antifungal drugs are losing their effectiveness due to drug resistance, which makes infection harder to treat. Some chemical antifungal agents also cause side effects, increasing the need for safe and natural alternatives. Curcuma longa, commonly known as turmeric, is a medical plant widely used in traditional medicine. It is known for its antimicrobial, antifungal, anti-inflammatory, and antioxidant properties. The active compound curcumin present in turmeric plays an important role in fighting microbial infection. This study focuses on evaluating turmeric antifungal potential under laboratory conditions. Aim of the study. The aim of the study is evaluate the antifungal activity of curcuma longa extract. Another objective is to test the effectiveness of different concentration of turmeric extract against selected fungal isolates. The study also aims to determine whether turmeric can be considered a natural alternative to synthetic antifungal drugs. Now this poster presentation is continued by Shirin Arifa.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Shirin Arifa. I am going to speak about materials and methods and results. Materials and methods. Sample preparation. Fresh turmeric rhizomes were first washed thoroughly to remove dirt. They were then dried and grounded into a fine powder. The powdered turmeric was mixed with appropriate solvents such as ethanol or water to obtain extract, which contains active fungal and antifungal compounds. Then test organisms. The antifungal activity was tested against two common fungal species. They are Candida albicans, which can cause infections in humans, Aspergillus niger, a fungus commonly found in the environment. These fungi were cultured in laboratory conditions to ensure accurate testing. Methods used. Agar well diffusion method. The agar well diffusion method was used to evaluate antifungal activity. Wells were made in agar plates containing fungal cultures and different concentrations of turmeric extracts were added. The plates were incubated for a specific time period to allow fungal growth. After incubation, the zone of inhibition, the clear area around the well where fungal growth was prevented was measured in millimeters. Then results. The results showed that the turmeric extracts produced clear zones of inhibition, proving its antifungal effectiveness. It was observed that higher concentrations of turmeric extracts produced larger inhibition zones, indicating stronger activity. The extract was effective against both Candida albicans and Aspergillus niger. These findings confirm that turmeric extract has strong antifungal potential in laboratory conditions. Now, my team member Shehnaz will continue the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shehnaz Begum. The antifungal activity of turmeric is mainly due to the presence of curcumin and other bioactive compounds. These compounds are believed to damage fungal cell walls and inhibit fungal growth. The result demonstrates that turmeric's antifungal effect increases with concentration. This supports previous scientific studies that highlights that turmeric as a powerful natural antimicrobial agent. Therefore, turmeric shows promise for development into natural antifungal medicines and treatments. Conclusion. In conclusion, curcuma longa extract has shown strong antifungal activity against selected laboratory fungal isolates. The study indicates that turmeric can be considered a safe, effective, and natural alternative to chemical antifungal drugs. However, further research and clinical trials are required to confirm its effectiveness for medical and pharmaceutical use. This study highlights the importance of exploring plant-based solutions to combat fungal infection in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
हो गया
Shirin
आपका प्रेजेंटेशन हो गया मिस शरीना
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
over your presentation. Please justify me. You are already told in introduction. Curcuma longa is well-known antifungal and antimicrobial drug or antimicrobial plant. In the introduction, you justified it. Then why you choose this plant again for antifungal activity? Justify.
Ms. Shirin Arifa, are you getting the question?
Are you got the question?
Sorry, sir. Could you please repeat the question?
Okay. In the introduction, you already introduced that curcuma longa is a very well-known antimicrobial and antibacterial and antifungal drug. If it is a well-known antifungal drug, then why you study the antifungal activity of curcuma longa? Are you got my question? आपको मेरी आवाज सुनाई दे रही है?
Ms. Shirin Arifa, आपको सर की आवाज सुनाई रही है?
Sir, we are doing re-research on this curcuma longa.
ओके तो री रिसर्च आपने जो किए है आपने बोला है इसमें कुरकुमिन ये
Sorry,
एक्टिव
sir.
इंग्रेडिएंट है
Excuse me, sir.
या बोलो
We don't understand Hindi since we are in Tamil Nadu. So could you please tell in English, sir?
Okay. You are got my question? Are you got my question?
Dr.
Can I repeat my question?
Again, repeat the question to.
Yeah. Okay. Miss Group, please. In the you already told in the introduction, curcuma longa is well-known antimicrobial, antibacterial, and antifungal drug. It is well known. Then why you going to study the curcuma longa for its antifungal activity? Justify it. Okay. Have you studied for its different component for antifungal study? No, I think, sir, there is a communication gap, network issue. It may be their network issue.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Are you heard my voice? Hello, presenter.
I think, sir, there is be communication problem to her. So.
Yeah. I think there is a
Sir,
network issue.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sir,
Yes.
is the
Question? Yes.
Please go ahead.
Hello, Sirin.
I think there is a network issue.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, sir, if you allow, can we go ahead?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Can we go ahead, sir, if you allow?
Yes, present.
Sir, we are checking the curcuma longa and microbes to determine the concentration of the microbes, sir.
Okay.
So, one of my question that particularly that you are looking for this particularly fungi part. So, any specific post of particularly fungi that you may collect? You are already collect. Hello.
Sir,
Go ahead.
sir, can you please repeat the question once again?
And which fungi that you are used for your antifungal activity?
Asparagus niger, and one
Aspergillus
Aspergillus.
niger.
Aspergillus cycle. From which plant host that you may take?
Where it is isolated. Sir, asking for the fungus.
Sir, decayed bread,
Decayed bread.
fungus grown in onions like that, sir.
Okay. And what was the result finding from your side? How the activity shows? So other than the fungi that you use any bacterial, antibacterial study?
Sir, it was ongoing project. It was yet to receive, sir.
Okay. If it is an ongoing project, may I like to suggest you go to analyze the particular compound like the curcuma and other active parts from the curcuma longa, and then do its antifungal activity for better result.
Okay, sir.
Body over.
Okay, sir. Now, sir, we are going that participant 6 is not available, means Manasi Singha due to technical issue. So now we are going to move on the serial number 7. So I request to participant number 7, means Arthisbari, to present your work. She also belongs to from Justice Basir Ahmed Said College for Women, Madras University. Ms.
Hello.
Arthisbari.
Yes, just I request the presenter that if any jury or any kind of this regarding to the questionnaires that is early replies possible. So, can you communicate with all the presentation, the remaining presenter? So it is very easy for us to be make a particular time.
Yes, sir, we will communicate them also. Means, Artisbari, are you available? Hello, Miss Artisbari, are you available? Please unmute yourself.
Sir, can you able to give me a minute for?
Sorry. Please repeat. What are you telling? Miss Artisbari, are you available? So now, sir, I think we will go for the next participant. Can we go, sir? Datta, sir?
Sir, it is audible, sir.
Okay, okay. Now you are audible.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, sir.
I am Aisha Padhana. Today we are going to present on the topic of comparison of growth and phytochemical traits of capsicum and tomato under organic and
Your
inorganic
screen is
farming.
not visible. Your screen is not visible. Please share again.
Sir, there is a problem in screen sharing, sir. Can you come to the
Go ahead.
Your voice is breaking, please. Miss Artisbari,
Sir, my team members are Farhana Begum, Deepika B, Atishwari.
please present
And
your
now
screen.
Farhana
Please
Begum
share
is
your
going
presentation.
to... Sir?
Please share your presentation.
Sir, there is a small problem in presenting this screen. My team members is saying.
Okay.
Sir, can you able to give me a minute?
Your screen is visible. Just go to your
Sir, it is visible?
yes, it's visible, but just go to the particular specific slide.
Not audible. Not audible. Sir, Sir, Farhana Begum will give the introduction. Introduction. Organic,
Please go
organic
to
and inorganic farming. Sir, I am Farhana.
please present your specific that slide. Please go to your slide and start.
Sir, sorry, sir. 1 minute, sir.
We are able to see your screen, but just go to your presentation. Yes, it's visible. Now can you just expand it or just like full screen in that way? Yeah, otherwise it's okay. You just start one by one. Is it okay, sir? Datta sir and Maitre sir. I think she is not able to do it full screen.
Yes, okay, sir. Go ahead, please go ahead.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
Continue.
Yes. You please continue, please.
Sure, I'm Farhana. I'm going to give the introduction. Organic and inorganic farming differs mainly in nutrient source and management. Organic farming uses natural inputs like compost and manure. Inorganic farming relies on chemical fertilizers and pesticides. Vegetables are rich in phytochemicals such as antioxidants and vitamins. Capsicum and tomato are widely grown and nutritionally important crops. Objectives: to compare the growth performance of capsicum and tomato, to evaluate phytochemical traits under organic and inorganic farming, to assess the effect of farming system on crop quality. Next, my team member Artishwari will continue. Materials and methods. Selection crops. Two vegetable crops, capsicum and tomato, were selected for the experiment to compare their growth and quality. Farming systems. The crops were grown under two different farming systems, organic farming and inorganic chemical farming. This helps in comparing the effect of farming practice on plant growth and quality. Recording of growth parameters. Various growth parameters were recorded at different stages of plant development. This observation helps in understanding the growth and performance of the crops under each farming system. Number of leaves. The total number of leaves per plant was recorded here. Higher number of leaves reflected better photosynthetic activity and health plant development. Flowering and fruiting. The time and extent of flowering and fruit formation were observed. These parameters help in understanding the reproductive performance of the plants under different farming systems. Fruit yield and biomass. Fruit yield was measured in terms of the number and weight of fruit produced per plant. Biomass including the total weight of plant parts such as stems, leaves and fruit indicating overall plant productivity. Growth parameters study. Plant height. The plant height, the higher plant was measured at different stages of growth. This parameters indicates the overall vegetative growth and vigor of the plant. Number of leaves. The total number of leaves per plant was recorded. A higher number of leaves reflected better photosynthetic activity and healthy and plant development. Flowering and fruiting. The time and extent of flowering and fruit formation were observed. These parameters helps in understanding the reproductive performance of the plant under different farming systems. Next, my team members is continuing. Phytochemical parameters, total phenolic content. Phenolic compounds are important antioxidants found in plants. Higher phenolic content improve nutritional value and health benefits. Phytochemical parameters, antioxidant activity. Antioxidants protect the body from harmful free radicals. Increased antioxidant activity indicates the better quality and health promoting properties of the crop. Other bioactive components, these include vitamins, flavonoids, and other beneficial compounds. They enhance nutritional quality and contribute to disease prevention. Inorganic farming showed higher vegetative growth due to quick nutritional availability. Higher yield was observed in organic treatment because of better nutrition uptake. Growth rate was faster in inorganic farming compared to the organic farming.
Ms. Arthi Varse, is it over?
Result, phytochemical, sir.
Okay, yeah, please continue.
Result, phytochemical traits. Organic farming show higher phytochemical content, enhance antioxidant activity in organic crops, improve nutritional quality. My team member will continue the next topic.
Good afternoon, sir. I am going to talk about discussion and conclusion. Tomato and capsicum are important commercial vegetable crops grown using both organic and inorganic methods. Organic farming focuses on soil health, natural inputs, and eco-friendly pest control, resulting in safer and nutritious produce. Inorganic farming relies on chemical fertilizers and pesticides, which increase yield and speed of production. Organic methods improve long-term soil fertility, while inorganic methods may cause soil degradation and pollution if overused. Farmers prefer inorganic farming for higher yield and quick returns, but organic farming offers better quality and market value. Increasing consumer demand for chemical-free vegetables supports organic cultivation of tomato and capsicum. Conclusion. Both organic and inorganic farming systems have advantages and limitations. Organic farming of tomato and capsicum is environment friendly, sustainable, and health safe, though yield is comparatively lower. Inorganic farming provides higher productivity, but excessive chemical use affects soil, environment, and human health. An integrated farming approach combining organic and inorganic practices is ideal for sustainable vegetable production. Adoption of eco-friendly methods ensures food security and environmental protection for the future. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Arthishwari.
Please tell me which of the variety of capsicum and tomato taken for the study.
Sir, can you please able to repeat the question again?
Okay. Please tell me which of the variety of both species, means capsicum and tomato, taken for the study.
Sir, we taken red tomato and green chili, sir.
No. This is not a variety of that particular plant. You may taken from this particular company, or it is wide relatives of the particular plant species. Have you identified it with botanist or any taxonomist?
Now, sir, sorry, sir, to interrupt to both of you, sir. Sir, actually,
Okay, sir.
we are at a shortage of time. We have 10 minutes, and I think we will have to complete the two presentation because we have just like next keynote speaker session. So, sorry, sir. So, if you allow, sir, can we go ahead for the participant number 8?
Sure. Okay, sir.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Continue, sir.
Now, participant number 8 is that RTD and group. They are just going to present their presentation on DNA isolation. Hello? Hello?
Sir, sir.
Your 8 was yours? You people? Hello. Please come out from your screen and then RTD and group. Are you available? RTD and group from same university, that is Madras University, that is Justice Basir Ahmed Saeed College for Women. All of you are available?
We want 5 minutes to present the PDF on the screen, sir.
Please mute yourself, and the participant, only participant, please unmute yourself. RTD and group is available or not? Arthi?
Yeah, please 5 minutes to present the PPT, sir.
Now next, Mohsina, Sultana and group. They are available? Mohsina? Mohsina, Sultana and group. RTD and group and...
Shall we start our presentation, sir?
Yes. Please introduce yourself first, please.
Good morning.
Yes, and share
Good
your
afternoon,
screen.
respected delegates. Today I am going to present on a topic about DNA isolation of neem leaf. This presentation will be done by myself, Aisha Naurin, and my team members are Aarti, Afrin Begum, Afrin Alisha. Introduction. DNA isolation from neem leaf. DNA isolation from neem, Azadirachta indica leaf is basic molecular biology technique used to extract and purify genetic material from plant cells. Neem leaves are rich in secondary metabolites such as polysaccharides, phenolic and alkaloids, which are DNA extraction slightly more challenging compared to many other plants. Therefore, special buffers and steps are often used to obtain good quality DNA. The process of DNA isolation involves breaking the cell wall and cell membrane, removing proteins and other cellular components, and final separation and collection the DNA. This is usually done using a lysis buffer, detergent, salts, and alcohol precipitation. The isolation DNA can then be used to further studies such as PCR, genetic analysis, plant identification, and research in biotechnology and plant pathology. Neem DNA isolation is important for studying its medicinal properties, genetic diversity, and disease-resistant traits. Aim to isolate and extract DNA from Neem Azadirachta indica plant tissues to obtain pure and visible DNA for molecular biology study such as genetic analysis, PCR, or research like stands. My team member Afrin Begum will continue the presentation. Good afternoon, respected delegates, principal.
Plants contain DNA inside the nucleus, protected by cell wall and cell membrane during extraction. Mechanical grinding breaks the plant tissue and cell wall. Detergent or lysis buffer dissolve cell and nuclear membranes, releasing DNA. Salt helps separate DNA from protein and other cell components. Filtration or centrifugation removes debris and impurities. Cold alcohol, ethanol, or isopropanol precipitate DNA, making it visible as white thread. Material required. Fresh neem leaves, young leaves preferred, chemical or reagent. Distilled water, liquid detergent, dishwashing soap, sodium chloride, ethanol or isopropyl alcohol, trees buffer or extraction buffer, equipment or apparatus, mortar and pestle, beaker, test tubes, measuring cylinder, funnel, filter paper, muslin cloth, glass rod, dropper. My team member RT will continue the presentation. Procedure. Collection of take a fresh young neem leaves, wash thoroughly with distilled water to remove dust and microbes. Grinding and homogeneous.
Mr. Nurin, please share your screen. Please share your screen.
So, is the screen is now visible?
No, it's not visible.
Actually, we are sharing it, but I don't know why it's not visible in this.
Okay, otherwise you can. Okay, just please try again. Please try.
Sorry, sir?
Please try once again, please.